Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I was actually trying to find the intro to do the morning show with, so it'll be a different intro. And this is actually my first show, so I want to do it with a whole complete different intro. This is the morning show, so you're going to wake up with Unscramble Minds. If by any chance any of the sisters is up and they want to come in once me and Dr. Walter Williams start, and yes, it's Dr. Walter Williams. Once me and Dr. Walter Williams start getting it in and getting a little information, and they're welcome to come in because you know how we do it as sisters. It's Unscramble Minds. Can you hear me, Dr. Walter Williams?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry I didn't start off with the intro. I wanted to start off with a different intro, but I couldn't get it started, so we're going to do it like this, okay? But the next time I will have one. Was trying to get my daughter's song, and it's called Sunrise. It's an old song by Brandy Wells that my daughter did over, and I was trying to download it and get it on here, but for some reason I couldn't get it on here. So it's all good. So Dr. Walter Williams, the famous, our Dr. Walter Williams, can you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well, my name is Walter Williams, born and raised and miseducated in Chicago. I'm the author of two books, The Historical Origin of Christianity and The Historical Origin of Islam.
These are the two books.
I'm talking, please don't interrupt that.
Okay, I was just showing your books.
I'm telling my book right now. I'm missing my book. Let's have a good rapport without, when I talk, you listen. When you talk, I'll listen.
Okay, can everybody hear him? I'm just making sure everybody can hear him because he's on the phone. So I'm just making sure everybody can hear you. Okay, I believe they can hear you. Please continue.
I have two books. One, The Historical Origin of Christianity. It's been out for 31 years. And it's among the top 10 best-selling books in the African world of books. The thesis of that book is saying that there's never been a man that ever walked the earth in human form. The race creature called by the name of Jesus Christ never existed. My second book is called The Historical Origin of Islam. And that book has been out for 19 years. The thesis of that book is saying that there's never been a man that ever walked the earth in human form by the name of a Prophet Muhammad, but his Islamic tradition never existed. I've written my second book called Dispelling Myths of Ancient Egypt. And that book will be out. We'll have a book signing here in Chicago at the Underground Bookstore that's owned by Brother Yoel in May. So I'm putting the finishing touches on that book. And it's a great book. It's going to wake you up. It's going to take you right back to who we are and who our ancestors are. So I'm looking forward to the completion of that book because it's got a lot of information that will help us as a people get back to our ancestors. Now, so that's about it, Sister Freedom.
Okay. Well, how long have you been in the history of our people? How long have you been doing this?
This is the 49th year. 49 years now.
So, in the 49 years, it seems like you have met some very great people as well. I've seen some of your debates and your discussions online. Very, very great. I mean, you've met some really wonderful people in your lifetime. Now, what made you interested in this? What was your interest? What made you want to do the things that you do?
Well, when I was a boy, like I said before, I was born, raised, and then educated in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
So when I was a boy, when I was a boy, at the age of 8, in Chicago, Illinois, they gave me a book at 8 years old called Little Black Sambo. Now, Little Black Sambo was a book where the tiger Hill and the boy, Little Black Sambo, went around and around and around a tree until both turned to butter. So that was my history. That was to degrade me as a human being. They gave that book to the little white child at the same time they gave that book to me.
Mm-hmm.
Please. And they gave that book to the little white child to make him feel superior over us as a people. And I began to think as a child of 8 years old, I said, we have to be greater than Little Black Sambo. We have to be a people that's greater than Little Black Sambo. And I went consciously on a search for that, to find those people. In the meantime, I started playing and studying the saxophone. And when I graduated from high school, at the age of 18, or 19, I met a man, a musician, by the name of Sun Ra. Sun Ra, all the guys would come around up to his apartment, come around him, and we would play music. And then Sun Ra was a great philosopher. And we would listen to him philosophize. And he said one evening in our discussion, he said, we come from the greatest people that ever walked this earth. They are known in history as the ancient Egyptians. And I was 19 years old when I heard that.
Mm-hmm.
That, please, that was the answer that I had been looking for since I was 8 years old. But I didn't realize it at that time that was the answer. So, I got married to my second wife. And my wife and I went to Italy because 3 of her sisters living in Chicago worked for Illinois Bell Telephone Company. And Illinois Bell Telephone Company was offering a very inexpensive fare for a 10-day trip to Italy. So my wife and I, we hooked on to that trip. And while we were riding the wrong bus, the guy on that wrong bus said these words, that when the Italians or when the Romans who are Italian, went to Egypt to receive civilization. A light went off inside of me. Like a bing, just like that. Wow. I said, what happened to me? And I realized that was the answer that I've been looking for. I was 44 years old. So I vowed when I get back to America, I will get me a magnifying glass and every pictorial book depicting the ancient Egyptians. I was looking those pictorial pictures in the book to see whether what's being depicted in the book as ancient Egyptian, did it look like me? Did it look like you? Did it look like us? And once I was convinced, I was on my way. Now, this is the second part of it. Right after I came out of Egypt, out of Israel, rather. I was down in the studio of a friend of mine named Jimmy Ellis. He and I went to school, high school together. We played in the high school band, and we gigged around Chicago as musicians. And he was given a saxophone lesson. I was in his studio. And he was a book buff. He had a bookcase full of books in his cabinet over there, across the room. So I went over to the bookcase and I saw a book called The Outline of History by H.G. Wells. And I picked that book up. And I didn't thumb through the pages. I just opened it up. It's like you would open up a can of corn or something. Just boom, open it up. And what was staring at me was a picture that I thought was Jesus the Christ. But then I began to read. It said, in the occult of Serapis, now under this picture that I thought was Jesus Christ, was the name Serapis or Serapis, whatever you want to say. Potatoes, potatoes, tomatoes, tomatoes, whatever you want to use. It says Serapis under that. I said to myself, I said, this looks like Jesus the Christ. But they're saying that this is Serapis. Then I began to read the caption, read it in the book. It says, in the occult of Serapis, he is spoken of as a savior. I said, this is the same attributes that they give to this Christ. Then it went on and said that he raises the dead. I said, wow, this is the same attributes that they give to this Christ. Then they went on to say, even after death, you will always be in the presence of Serapis. And that's what they always say when you go to a funeral. The deceased is gone on to heaven to be with God. So that's what started me. And I researched Serapis for 2 years straight to make sure that what I read in that book was related to Jesus the Christ. And once I found that out, I was hurt because I knew that my people in the African community wholeheartedly believe in Jesus the Christ. So that's how I found out and got on my road of human history. Now, mind you, I want to tell the listening audience that I am 92 years old. In 8 months, I'll be 93. Everything that I tell you is coming from my memory, not notes, but my memory notes in my mind. See? So now, that's how it all started with me. And my new book, what I just told you, is called The Resurrection. The first chapter is called The Resurrection of ancient Egypt. And that story will be told in that.
So let.
Sister
Mm-hmm,
Freedom, go ahead.
mm-hmm. I got to be careful with what I do because I don't want you fussing with me. People don't know we've been knowing each other for I don't know how many years, for over
Amen.
10 years. But let me ask you this though. Um, the two books that you have written, The Historical Origin of Christianity and The Historical Origin of Islam. These are the two books, everybody. And I think you can still find them on Amazon. Now, the new book that you have you incorporated these books inside of the new books that excuse me, inside of the new book that have you incorporated your old books?
I'm making my old book at the end of the book. In other words, the author has, the author of this, I don't know how I got it worded, but anyway, I got it listed, those two books at the end of the new book that I'm bringing out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the reader of the new book and know that I have written two other books prior.
Mm-hmm. And what is it about this new book that's in Pacific that you want us to know about ancient Egypt specifically?
Well, the new book is telling us as African people who our ancestors are. Let me give you an example of how this book is going to help. See, I got a pictorial section in the book, a pictorial section of the American Negro and his ancient Egyptian ancestors. A picture of that. A picture. I got about 42 pages of pictures like that. See? And for this new book, let me tell you this. There's a program that comes on every Tuesday in Chicago. It's produced by the Muslims of the Nation of Islam. They said that their program is pro-Farrakhan. And I listen to that program every Tuesday. And two callers called up. A woman first, then a man right after her. And this woman said these words. She said, who am I? Who am I? Tell me. Please, someone tell me. What race do I belong to? Who is my ancestor? What is my history? Please tell me. Please. And I began to cry. I heard those words coming out of her mouth. And then the man called up and said the same thing. Please, someone tell me, who am I? Who is my history? Who is my ancestors? Please. And I knew this book would help those people find their way back to ancient Egypt. Now, another. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. So when you say ancient Egypt, are you suggesting, okay, that people started in ancient Egypt, and do you still consider that a part of the content of Africa?
Of course, that's the continent of Africa. That's the continent of Africa.
Okay.
Now, you said about the people. What do you say about people?
Are you alluding to people started in that particular region in ancient Egypt? Is that where you saying people started, and why are you saying people started, if you are saying that?
I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I know what you're saying. I'm gonna put it like this. Can you tell me, or anybody of any race, creed, or color, no matter how much money they have or what the station in life they hold, or how much education they have? Can anyone tell me what creates the sky, the stars, the planets, the moon, air, water, vegetation, animals, and humanity? Can anyone answer that question?
No, I don't think anyone can answer that question. They're probably going to say nature, but they cannot answer the question. It's very, very hard question.
That question cannot be answered. Is that correct?
Right, correct. I agree with you 100%.
All right. Now, the next question is this. What created the first woman and man on earth? What created the first man and the first woman to appear on planet Earth? What created that?
I have no idea, Dr. Williams.
Okay, that means that no one can answer that question, right?
Correct.
The bad question is what happens to the spirit of a person who is deceased? What happens to, where do their spirit go after death? Can anyone answer that question?
No.
Okay. So I'm not talking about the first. No one can answer that question. That's where the confusion comes in. Of what created the first man and the first woman. I'm not saying that.
Okay.
I'm saying that the civilization started in China. Yes or no?
I'm going to say no.
The civilization started in India.
I'm going to say no.
The civilization started in Europe.
I'm going to say no.
The civilization started in Africa.
From what I'm hearing, yes.
Okay. So civilization started in Africa with the African people in a country called Egypt. Civilization has to start somewhere. And started with our ancestors in Egypt. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's where civilization started. From that civilization, they created literacy, which is the alphabet. The first thing you go to school, they learn you your ABCs. They learn you how, and with the learning and the knowledge of ABCs, you're able to read, write, and spell. That makes you literate. And from that alphabet came the musical scale. Do, re, mi, sol, fa, la, ti, do. That's the musical scale. The first musicians on earth were female ancient Egyptian women. They created all forms of mathematics in ancient Egypt in order to build the Great Pyramid, the greatest monument that has ever been built by man. It didn't pop up out of the ground. Okay? You have to know mathematics to build anything, whether a house, a building, or a pyramid, or a sphinx. You've got to know mathematics. So with that knowledge of mathematics, they created a formula that has never been deciphered to build that great pyramid and the great sphinx. The sphinx, the body of the sphinx, is 2 city blocks long, with an African face carved in it 6 stories high. So now, the sphinx didn't pop above the ground either. Someone had to build that. Some people had to build that. to our people, and those people are known as the ancient Egyptians that did that. Okay? So, that's the reason why I'm talking about ancient Egypt. Human beings. They were the first civilized people on Earth, not the first humans, no. Not saying that. Don't ever say they were the first humans. No, they were the first civilized humans on Earth. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I think you and I got in a discussion about the word Kemet.
Yes, we have, and also I think it's another name. I think it's hard for me to pronounce, but I think it's Hekupata, Heka, or Heka Ptah. It's other names originally that was given to that particular landmass, like Tamaray, Tamari. I might be pronouncing it incorrectly, but you're saying, I'm gonna let you go ahead and tell the people what you're saying about Kemet, and then I'm gonna ask you, well, where did the name come from?
Okay, good. Do not use Kemet. You got to remember one thing. The ancient Egyptians never wrote a history of themselves to tell you the name of their country being Kemet. They didn't write that. They didn't write a history. The people, the non-African people that lived in Egypt today, those Arabs, those non-Europeans, they never say, today as I speak, never tell you that the country that they live in was called Kemet. The Nubians of Nubia, the Sudan, now lives in Egypt, never tell you that Egypt was called Kemet. Never. I went over there in 1993. I met with the Nubians. They never mentioned the word Kemet. No. Only the American Negroes over in America mentioned and called Egypt Kemet. So that's the reason why I said do not use that word Kemet.
Okay, Dr. Williams, my sister Dots have entered the screen with me. You know, she's with me on Unscramble Minds. Hey, Dots, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
And thank you for everybody coming in this morning. Like I said, this is the first Wake Up with Unscrambled Minds show. So, you know, we going to do this. Now, Dr. Williams, I'm going to ask you, why would you think, I mean, Kemet couldn't come out the clear blue. So what reason do you think that anybody would have started calling it Kemet? Being so you said it's not an original name. I've looked it up, but could you explain to me why you would think that anybody would just come up with the name Kemet? And is Egypt the ancient name for that particular part of that continent?
Are you asking me where did the name Kemet come from?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you. Why would if it's not, why would somebody out the clear blue make up Kemet? How did it come about?
All right, now, when you study any books on ancient Egypt,
Mm-hmm.
and I have books and 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 books of books in my library, even on the third floor. I got books everywhere. Now, one book mentioned the name Kemet. Now, one book. The only place where I found the word Kemet was in the dictionary of the Bible by John L. Mackenzie, S.J. The word S.J. means Society of Jesus. He was a Jesuit priest, and he wrote this book called the Dictionary of the Bible. And we got to Egypt in his book. He said that the ancient Egyptians called their country Kemet, the land of the blacks, or the black land. It's the only place where it came from. That's misleading.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So,
Mm-hmm.
now, that's where it came from now. Also, they'll tell you today that the word Kemet is a Greek word. That was, and from the Greeks, they gave Egypt the name Kemet, the Greek word. I said, no, that's not true. And this is the reason why. In 332, when Alexander the Greek came into Egypt, the Greeks were in awe and amazement as to the tranquility of our ancestors living with and among each other. How they coincided with each other. How they had a peaceful civilization. How they lived with the other Africans in the region of Africa. They had no armies, nor did they have jail. They didn't need that. They didn't need the armies or jail. Because nobody did invade each other or try to cut their language off or cut their culture off and rape their women and all that kind of stuff. That's the European trait. So, how did they get the name? The scholars out here saying today that the name Egypt is a Greek word. Well, let me tell you how that came about. Well, Alexander the Greek came into Egypt in 332 BC. And he was amazed and in awe with the culture, like I mentioned, of the ancient Egyptians. He was met by the Melkite Coptic Egyptians who ran the government of ancient Egypt. And the Melkite Coptic Egyptians who ran the government of ancient Egypt, seeing that the Greeks were not going to lead, they began to learn the Greek language so they could communicate with them. So after learning the Greek language, the Greeks asked, ASK, our ancestors, the ancient Egyptians, who are you people? And our ancestors answered the Greeks, gave them the answer in Greek. And they told the Greeks that we are Egyptian. And that's how the name Egyptian came about.
Okay. Okay. Well, let me ask you this question, because there has been a discussion about the people that are over there in that land today. Would you consider them Egyptians? But would you still consider them a part of ancient Egypt? Or would you consider, okay, let me make sure I'm saying this correctly. How did they get, would you, okay, how did they get in that land? Because I first answer the first question. Do you consider them Egyptian? The people that are over in the land today?
They're Egyptians because they live in Egypt.
Okay.
They can say that they're Egyptians, but they cannot say that they are ancient Egyptians. There's a difference. In order to be an ancient Egyptian, you've got to be an African, and they are not African. In order to be an ancient Egyptian, that means that your ancestors were for civilization, building the Great Pyramid, the Sphinx, and so forth and so on. Their ancestors didn't do that. They are invaders. They're occupiers. Okay? They came out of Afghanistan. That's where they originated from, in Afghanistan. So that would be your answer.
Okay, so thank you. So you've answered that they are invaders, which I agree with you 100% pertaining to that particular question. So, as you stated, that the Egyptians never wrote a history of who they were, how do you account for people today stating that they're able to decipher the information pertaining to ancient Egypt to be able to give us any history or information today?
You're talking about the hieroglyphics. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, the hieroglyphics, anything that's written, the carvings on the walls, the pictures, the literatures, everything that's there, even about how the Sphinx and how all the beautiful monuments and things that are over there got over there. How do you explain how the people can today decipher it to get any information?
Again, always remember this one thing. The ancient Egyptians never wrote a history of themselves for you to get any information. Now, there's a I don't know if your listener audience ever heard of James Henry Breasted, who was a professor at the University of Chicago, wrote a book in the year 1905, A History of Egypt. On page 24, he said these words. He said, "We do not possess a history of Egypt." We mean nobody. We do not possess a history of Egypt. The purely, P-U-R-I-L-L-E, information or history given by Manetho can hardly be called history. He said, we don't possess no history. There's no history of ancient Egypt. That's number one. And the word purely means childish, silly, and trivial. History of Manetho can hardly be called a history. See?
Mm-hmm.
Now, let me take you to another space.
While you're doing that, don't leave this in your mind, Dr. Williams, and let me know, would the Greeks know? Any of the Greeks or ancient Greeks, would they know the history of Egypt, the ancient Egypt? And could they have somehow inherited the information down the family line and let people know what the way of life in ancient Egypt was?
See, you're giving the Greeks too much credit. The Greeks were uncivilized.
Okay.
They had no alphabet.
Okay.
They couldn't do all that what you're talking about. The Greeks couldn't do that. They had no that's Europeans does not have a known history of themselves. The Europeans don't know anything about their history. So they say the first people of Europe is the Greeks. The Greeks don't know nothing about that. Now let me take you to another source. In 1875, a man by the name of George Rawlinson, 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 wrote a book on the history of ancient Egypt. And he said in that book that the ancient Egyptians did not write a history of themselves. Everybody's saying that. I'm doing the research. I'm bringing it up. I'm a historian. So now, in my second chapter of my new book coming out, The Study Myths of Ancient Egypt, I have a warning in there. Warning to all African scholars, teachers, intellectuals, and students. Do not how did I put it? Do not claim a history of ancient Egypt. Nor can you claim the pyramid text. There's never been no history written of ancient Egypt or the pyramid text. I'm giving you a warning to that. So, I'm going to get to your hieroglyphics. So, I have a warning. Why am I giving you this one? Because the ancient Egyptians never wrote a history of themselves. To say that this dynasty here did this, and this dynasty did this, and this dynasty did that, and the pyramid text says this, the pyramid text says this. No, they didn't write that. I'm warning you to do that. Now, if you think I'm wrong, that they did not write a history of themselves, then produce a history that the ancient Egyptians wrote. Produce it. Okay, I dare you to do that. Produce the history if I'm wrong.
Well, you know, people in the chat is asking, well, where'd all the stories come from? Where'd all the stories that we have concerning Egypt come from?
Where did the stories concerning Egypt come from?
Like they're asking, could it have been passed down some type of way? Because there are many stories pertaining to Set, Osiris, Osir. You know, there's many stories concerning the different goddesses and gods of Egypt, the pharaohs. Where they all come from? Where the stories come from?
Well, okay, I'm gonna tell you that. The word pharaoh, that's biblical. That means Pharaoh was a ruler. Ancient Egyptians, our ancestors never ruled. They had a government. They're getting that story of Set and Isis and Nephthys and Osiris, etc. out of the Genesis story of ancient Egypt, which is the Ennead. E-N-N-E-A-D.
Spell it again, Dr. Williams.
E-N-N-E-A-D, called the
E-N-N-E-A-D. Did everybody get that? I hope so, because I would like for everybody to look that up.
That's called the Genesis story of Egypt. The first five in that Genesis story. In other words, this is the Genesis story of ancient Egypt explains to the student where all of this came from. Okay? They taught this Genesis story in their school system in Egypt, in the temple system in Egypt, with their children. That's the first thing a person wants to know, where all of this come from? How did all this get here? You know, the sky, the sun, the moon, and so forth and so on. Where all this come from? So this is called the Genesis story of ancient Egypt. 5 is pertaining to creation, and 4 plus 1 is pertaining to man and nature. Okay? So they said that it started with the sun being Ra. Then Ra had 2 children, Shu, which is ash, which is a male. And then he had a female called Tefnut, which is moisture or water. Okay? And then it was the sky that was sitting on top of Geb. Geb is the earth. Ra asked his son Shu to lift Geb over the sky, which is new, off of Geb. And you've seen pictures in the ancient Egyptian book where this female, which is the sky new, is being lifted off of Geb in order to bring light into the world of humanity. So when Shu lifted Nut off of Geb, she had a lightning bolt that went from her vagina out to the back of her body. That lightning bolt was supposed to be Ra, impregnating Nut, the sky. And Nut is sitting on the throne with a baby in her lap. I got that picture in my book, Historical Origin of Christianity. That's pertaining to creation. Now we're going to take this story right into man and nature now. In the man and nature part, you have Osiris, you have his brother, in there. You have his brother in there.
Seth, and correct? His name is Seth, I believe, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
He had Osiris in there. He had Seth in there. And you have Isis in there with her throne chair. And you have Nephthys. Those are and then plus 1. The plus 1 is going to come later, and I'll show you where it's going to fit in. So now, Osiris died. He was not assassinated by his brother. Like some people tell that story, that's not true. He died. And when he died, his body was embalmed. And his body, a dead man, such as Osiris, laying up at the undertaker pole, could not have left any children on earth. There was no way to bring forth children from killed by his brother Seth, as other people think. Or here's a story of what Seth divided him to a banquet and poisoned him and had his men take him out and cut his body up in 14 different pieces and fish ate his penis. No, that's not true. He died. See, because if that was true, that would go against all the laws of man.
But
It would go against the laws of man.
mm-hmm.
So now, his sister or sisters, Isis and Nephthys, they went to the Nile River and built him a penis. That's what you see. Built it on top of his navel. Why the navel? That's where your umbilical cord comes from. Of all humans. And then, through immaculate conception, his son was born. Horus or Haru. And he tell you there's a story about that Horus, when he grew up, he found out that his uncle Seth had murdered his son, his father. Mm-hmm. And he had a fight with Seth and Seth knocked one of his eyes out. That's not true. So therefore, you see the eye of Horus, the symbol called the eye of Horus. But when you get into the history of the origin of Nicaea 1, 325, it took place many, many years later. You see where Serapis became the son, S-O-N, of Osiris. Because he took the place of Horus, the S-U-N, in that African ancient Egyptian divine triad. And by him becoming the son of Osiris, the S-O-N, it stated that the I, this is back to the I again, and my father, Osiris, are one. I and my father are one. That's called the Homogeneous Creed. See? So, I can go on and on. But
right. So, but wait a minute. So, but what you're saying is the stories are just concepts. They're just like little proverby things made up. You would really have to decipher the situations like that. The stories came from somewhere else, not Egypt. And people, what they did was came up with these concepts.
Put it like this, yeah. Well, see, listen. It's a Genesis story of ancient Egypt. Because people today, humans ask you today, where did all this start at? And in the Bible, they said it's from Genesis.
Mm-hmm.
You see?
Right.
They give you a Genesis story in the Bible. Trying to find out
So
what all of this that they see in life that's in this world today. Where did it come from? Where did it start from? So they taught, the ancient Egyptians taught their children in their school system the story of the enemy. It's all mythology. Anyway, that's true. Based off of mythology. So that would be my answer.
Okay. Now, I know that you probably went into this in the new book that you wrote. Are you saying, did you bring up Christianity in any form of way on how Christianity somehow, intertwined with Egypt, with how, the stories begin with that, what you said was in need
No,
stories?
no, I don't use that in the book because it's not important for me to put it in the book. It means nothing for the book that I've written now. Okay. That's the information I gave you. It's from my research. And my research in history is always going to be different from the traditional or what other scholars may say. It'll be different. See? I look for the origin of everything, great. Origin of everything. I want to know the origin. Okay? I don't want to know what they said or he said or she said. But anything. I want to know the origin. Give me the origin. And the origin gives you the power.
Okay. Okay, you want to know the origin? That's good. I mean, you better go to the origin. Let me see the dots. Did you have a question for Dr. Williams before I ask my next question?
I did. I don't know if he can hear me. Hi, Dr. Williams. Good morning. Good morning. I hope you can hear me. My question was about, real quickly, DNA, when you guys were talking about Kemet or ancient Egypt or Egypt, however we phrase that. What is your stance on DNA? And my follow-up question to that, and the reason why I'm asking, is because I know that a lot of people, when they do their DNA, and let's say it goes back to some pieces in West Africa, it doesn't go, I don't really hear a lot of people over here in the diaspora, for example, that their results take them back to Egypt. So my question to you is, what is your stance on DNA, and can you kind of, like, what is your thoughts about that disconnect? Why is it that a lot of folks, their DNA, when it does take them back to Africa, if it does, that it tends to go to West Africa, not to, let's say, North Africa or Egypt?
Well, see, that's been my beef for DNA all along.
I hope everybody can, wait a minute, Dr. Milton, make sure everybody can still hear. Is everybody still being able to hear Dr. Williams? Because that is a very good question, and I would love to hear his answer. So I'm hoping everybody can still hear Dr. Williams.
Press 1 if y'all can hear him, or
Please.
if the audio is clear. Because he's not talking right now, so they're not going to be able to hear him. But he was coming across clear.
Okay, thank you.
That's been my problem with DNA all along. But a person, that's personal. Your DNA is your personal attribute that is contained supposedly in your human anatomy. The DNA is used today, just like you said. It takes you back to Africa, but it never takes you back to Egypt. Never. They say, oh, you came from West Africa, you came from Nigeria, you came from this, and you got white, you came from Ireland and all that kind of stuff. They never take you back to ancient Egypt. Never. There's a reason for that. But you know the game? The game is the race war. They don't want you back in ancient Egypt. It gives one race of people too much power over other races of people. Okay? They don't want you back there. They want your mind in Africa, everywhere. In Europe, or your DNA shows you back in Greece, back in Germany, everywhere. But no ancient Egypt. There's a reason for that. That's where our greatness is lying, in the continent of Africa. I want you to listen to my right now. ancestors had a superior civilization, more so than any other race of people on earth. And you got 8 billion humans walking this earth, all races, creeds, and colors. But our ancestors, the ancient Egyptians, had a superior culture and civilization, more so than any other race of people on earth. And they don't want you there. They don't want your mind there. Our ancestors brought forth all forms of civilization from that culture of ancient Egypt. Today, as I speak, the descendants of the ancient Egyptians are called black and Negro. The Negro in America, who is a descendant of ancient Egyptians, of antiquity, has a superior culture, more so than any other race of people on this planet called Earth. The Negro was a superior culture, more than modern civilization as we know it today. But they want to keep your minds away from ancient Egypt. Like I asked people, did civilization start in China? The answer would be no. Did civilization start in India? The answer would be no. The civilization start. No. The civilization started in Africa. The answer would be yes. That's how great we are. So I want you to get back to your ancestral identity as being ancient Egyptian. That's our greatness. Wake up. I ask this question. Do you think that the white race would take their children into a church where big black African Jesus is hanging on the wall and teach their children that this big black African Jesus is their God and Savior? The answer would be no. And the answer would be hell no. My question to you, Africans, listen to my voice. And why are you taking your children into a church and worshiping a dead white man on a cross that never walked the earth as a human being? Why are you doing that? The second question. What is the name of your God that looks like you, that looks like us? What is his name? Give me that answer. So far, nobody gave me that answer. In many, many years. I've been out here. For 49 years I've been out here. They haven't answered that question. Now, you asked me about the hieroglyphics. The hieroglyphics has never been deciphered and never will be deciphered. It's impossible to decipher a hieroglyphic. I'm going to tell you why. In my book, The Historical Origin of Christianity, on page 146, I have an appendix chapter in there that says why the Meta-Netia hieroglyphics have never been deciphered. The first reason why I give is that in order for the hieroglyphical symbols that are drawn, they're drawn symbols now. They're not words. They're not letters. They're drawn symbols. You have to, in order for you to understand the meaning of the symbols, one has to ask the ancient Egyptians who drew those symbols what he or she meant for them to be. And they are not around to ask that question. So that is the reason why it is impossible for you to know the meaning of those symbols. You have to ask the ancient Egyptian what my book on page 146, by the man in that China River has never been deciphered. I draw a picture of a symbol that I drew, that Walter Williams created. And I ask you, the reader, can you tell me the meaning of this symbol that I drew? The answer will be no. I cannot tell you, Dr. Williams, what that symbol that you drew, what the meaning of that symbol. I said, who would you have to ask? They said, I would have to ask you to explain the meaning of that symbol. Then I went on to write about Champollion, write about the symbol of the question mark. The symbol of the question mark, you cannot put an alphabet to that. The symbol of the question mark explains to a reader what to do when you see a question mark. It means to ask questions. You see? So, then there's a dictionary out called the American Heritage Dictionary of the English Language. The American Heritage Dictionary of the English Language. It says, you look up hieroglyphics. It says pictorial symbols drawn by the ancient Egyptians. They are unlegible and they are undecipherable. They tell you right there in the dictionary. So today I have $1,000 to give anybody with a race to the code that can come up with one hieroglyphic symbol that our ancestors drew and tell me the meaning of it. Tell me the meaning of that symbol as what the ancient Egyptians meant for that symbol to be, and I'll give you $1,000 for that.
Dr. Williams, there's questions in the chat. Niambi, one of our sisters, is asking, why were they written all over the temples? I don't know if you could answer that, and what was the purpose of them? And to put them there if no one would ever be able to decipher them.
They were put there during the time of ancient Egyptians, during the time of antiquity, by the ancient Egyptians. Okay?
Right. So, okay, I'm sorry.
That's during the time of antiquity. Today we're not in antiquity time. Therefore, the ancient Egyptians who drew that symbol, they knew what they meant. So therefore, in order for you to understand what they meant, you have to ask them. What do you mean when you drew this symbol here? What is the meaning of that symbol? Symbols have to be explained. So that would be my answer to you.
But her other question was that she asked earlier. So you don't think that okay, so where's the people that were in ancient Egyptian? Were they all killed off? No one lived, even if they ran different places. You don't think that there was no way that nobody could have handed down any of the information throughout the years?
Where are the slaves that were enslaved? Where are the Negroes that were enslaved in America today? Where are they? They're dead.
Right, but there's still stories and folk tales that were handed down. There's still languages that are still handed down.
No. First, I go back to this. The ancient Egyptians never wrote a history themselves to pass anything down. That would be my answer.
Right, but sometimes things come from word of mouth, even if you didn't write it down. Some things come from word of mouth, and stories are handed down just from, like, if my grandmother or my great grandmother had stories, she didn't write it down, but she told the stories throughout the family.
In other words, it's handed down from word of mouth, right?
Yeah, I'm saying, do you think it's possible?
Okay, I don't think, no, it's not impossible. It's impossible because if I tell you a story, I stop my toe, and then story is told that I stopped my toe. Next thing you know, that my foot was amputated. Somebody gonna add that to it.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot go by oral history. See? So don't go by those. The hieroglyphics can never ever be deciphered. I'll give you $1,000 if you take one hieroglyphic symbol that the ancient Egyptians drew and tell me the meaning of that symbol, what he or she meant for that symbol to be. It's very simple.
Mm-hmm.
That would be my answer to you.
Okay. Now let me ask you another question. Okay. And I'm gonna pop into your old books just for 1 second. We know that you stated that there was never a man that walked the earth by the name of Jesus. And in your book, you explain even how the J got started. So I guess you're saying that if it was anybody that was even similar to that, the name Jesus would have been like an alias or a nickname, as well as the so-called Prophet Muhammad. And we know that that's an alias because that's like a nickname which actually has the definition one worthy to be worshipped. Now you state that the two men didn't live at all.
And what?
The two men, the Prophet Muhammad or even Jesus, alayhi salam, that he did not exist. Neither one of them existed.
You're going into two different subjects, Sister Freedom. You're going into two different subjects.
Okay.
Now, which one are you talking about? Now, you want to know about the letter J and about,
no, I'm saying you were saying that they didn't exist. And of course, if the letter J wasn't there, probably couldn't have existed because it wasn't there. So whatever this particular person, I'm saying, do you believe in any type of way that there was a man that fit the category of Jesus? Okay. And they just put that name in a story on this particular person, and as well as the Prophet Muhammad.
Okay, let's stop. Still with one subject at a time.
Okay.
Or we're going to get confused. Jesus was not used, it was Christ that was used. And see, Christ was created at the Council of Ephesus in 431, along with the created creatures of Virgin Mary. In order to give Serapis a human nature, one has to be born through the body of a female. But the Council of Ephesus in 431, Eutyche said that Serapis had an Osiris-like spirit, but no human nature. So in order to have a human nature, one has to be born through the body of a female, not a dog or cat or a rat, but a female. So that's when the Virgin Mary was created. And they, the Melchite Coptic Egyptians, who called this council meeting, amalgamated the two created creatures together. And they came up with, as an amalgamation was made between the two creatures, they came up with the Eucharistos. So they said, now this is the Eucharistos, speaking Greek. And in English, the Christos, the Eucharistos means now this is the Christ. It was the Christ. There was no Jesus back then. Now, all of this was taking place with the ancient Egyptian divine triad of Osiris, Isis, and their son Horus. Osiris Asar, Isis, or Set, Horus, Saru. That is the ancient Egyptian divine triad, Africa triad. So it's the council of Nicaea 1 and 325. Again, the SON was Serapis, because he had erased and destroyed Horus Saru as a son of Osiris and Isis. So this white figure became the son, SON, of Osiris, Osiris. So they said, I and my father are one, which means homogeneous. I and my father are one. It takes you back to the Indian story of that I of Horus. But I and my father are one, homogeneous, of the homogeneous creed, or the Apostles' Creed, or the Nicene Creed, the Creed of Nicaea. Now, let's go a little further. Coming to Ephesus. When you got to Ephesus, Eutyches, the father of monocytes, the mono means one, said that Serapis had an Osiris-like spirit, but no human nature. That's where they got the Virgin Mary, another created creature, with the attributes and the car of Isis.
Mm-hmm.
Serapis already had the car, which means spirit, K.A. of Horus, the sun. So Isis, the Virgin Mary was the car of Isis, became the goddess mother. So now, Serapis has a white mother, and he is white. So Osiris has a white son and his son has a white mother. Now, he is the only one in that African ancient Egyptian divine tribe left who was an African. So they had to get rid of him. How did they get rid of him? By making him the Holy Ghost, making him invisible. You see? So today as I speak, it's in the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. But then Osiris is the Holy Spirit. Osiris is the Holy Ghost. To get rid of him because he was African. You see? So, that's how they did that. So now, and when they amalgamated the two creatures together, Serapis and the Virgin Mary together, that amalgamation came to be called the Eucharistos. The Eucharistos. The Eucharist. You see where Eucharist comes from? The Eucharistos. The Eucharist. Now, the Eucharist is used in practice every Sunday in a non-Catholic church. By the Protestant churches, they have a communion called the Eucharist, of serving the wafer as the body of Christ, and the wine is the blood of Christ. In the Roman Catholic Church, it's done at Eucharist. The practice of the Eucharist is done every day, especially every Sunday. They practice that, the Eucharist, the body and blood of Christ is the Eucharist.
So let me ask you now about so you can explain to the people, because yesterday Sanetta, a good friend of yours, Sanetta, our brother, he had a show on Islam. Do you believe?
Don't go to Islam yet. I'm not
Don't go
talking
there. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Don't go there. You don't mix these subjects up. That's where the confusion comes in.
Okay, I thought you were finished. I apologize.
Let me finish with Christianity. So that's at that amalgamation of the two created creatures where the Eucharist came from. The Eucharistos. The Eucharistos means the Eucharist is a sermon that is practiced in all Christian churches throughout the world, all Protestant Christian churches throughout the world. On the first Sunday, it's called communion. And it's practiced in all Catholic churches, Roman Catholic churches throughout the world. And that's being done every day in the Roman Catholic Church, and especially on Sunday, at Eucharist. Now, the question has to be asked this. The Eucharist was practicing Christ was made at the Council of Ephesus, not Jesus. When did Jesus come in? That's another story, another history. The name Jesus came in when the Roman Catholic Church allied with Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain. They discarded Osiris as being his father. They put Zeus as his father before 1478 at that meeting in 1478. And Zeus, at the amalgamation of the Roman Catholic Church and Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain, they spell in Spanish Zeus, spelled in Spanish Jesus, or spoken in Spanish as being Jesus. And it's written Jesus. It had no J's back then. So my wife, my late wife, in my book, Historical Origin of Christianity, she writes in chapter 9, the history and origin of the word, the letter J. The letter J came into existence in 1516 by taking the letter I and bringing it down below the line and putting a curl on it. They call it the letter J. So that's how Jesus came about, by the Spanish given at the Spanish Inquisition, 1478, given a new name, a new father, being Zeus instead of Osiris, that killed him, knocked him out. Now, the Rapers got a new father. That's Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
That's Zeus. So that's how Jesus came about. See? Now let's go back. Something else about Christianity. Then we can move into Islam and wherever you want to go. go back to the world's first Christian church. After the Council of Ephesus in 431, 102 years later, under the rule of Justinian and his wife, Justinian, the Byzantine ruler, and his wife commissioned Coptic Egyptian architects and Coptic Egyptian builders to build the world's first seed of Christianity. And that was the Church of Hagia Sophia, built in Constantinople, Turkey. Today called Istanbul, Turkey. And after that church was built, they started building in 532. Finished it December the 27th, 537, 5 years later. Very important. And it was called the Church of Hagia Sophia, or the Church of the Holy Wisdom. The word Holy Wisdom is another name for Christ. And that church, today as I speak, or any Christian church, is built and named the Church of Mary. The Church of Mary. That's her church. All Christian churches around the world are dedicated to Mary. The Church of Mary. See? So that's a part of history that you should know. Church of the Virgin Mary. Even the church that was built in Paris, France, called the Church of Notre Dame. The word Dame means Mary. The Church of Mary. The Church of Notre Dame. Church of Mary. See? So that's where all this started from. But you got to know the root foundation of the history. Where I go to the foundation of every subject that I endeavor to learn about. Because the foundation is very important to that subject. See? Then you know when the lies come in to know that's not true. That's not true because this is the reason why. Okay? Now, if there are any questions about or what I just said?
No. Nope. I want to keep it. I want to keep it moving. I want to Okay, I will. I definitely will. Does anyone in the chat, anyone in the chat have any questions pertaining to Christianity while we're on the subject of Christianity for Dr. Williams? Niambi asked a question again. She asked, did the ancient Egyptians create Greek culture? But Dots, if you have a question right in the Christianity, could you ask him?
No, I was looking myself. I don't see any.
Okay.
Any specified questions?
Any specified? So we can go to the subject of Islam now.
No, wait. She asked about some Greek.
Okay, yes, she did. She said, did the ancient Egyptians create Greek's culture for them, since they, was saying that you stated they didn't have any, they didn't know anything. So she was wondering, did the ancient Egyptians give them their culture?
Of course not. They came from Greece. Okay? They came out of Greece. Okay? Therefore, as people coming from Greece, every person has their own historical attachment to their humanity. Where did you come from? Who are you? What are you bringing to But you bring to humanity. No, ancient Egyptians didn't create no Greek. No Greek. That means that the Greek would have to come from their anatomy. They have to come from their evidence of having sex. No. The answer is no. Impossible. So where do you want to go next?
Okay.
Does that answer our question? Does that answer your question?
I'm trying to. You can't hear her. She's in the chat.
Ask her that. I asked you to ask her that.
Okay. I'm asking her. Niambi, did Dr. Walter Williams answer your question? Did you understand what he was saying? She says yes.
Okay. Now go to the next subject.
Okay.
Then you mix all these different subjects together. Then you put confusion on top of confusion on top of confusion.
Okay. Not a problem whatsoever. The next question was, you made a statement that the Prophet Muhammad did not exist. And you said that Muhammad is the alias. So the alias did not exist. Are you stating that an individual who played the role of Muhammad did not exist either?
I say that the person that played the role of Muhammad existed. You see, like, here you got to understand this. Clayton Moore, alias the Lone Ranger. Did Clayton Moore exist as a human being? Yes. Did the Lone Ranger exist as a human being? No. William Boyd, alias Hopping on Cassidy. Did William Boyd exist as a human? Yes. Did Hopping on Cassidy exist as a human being? No. Richard Reeves, alias Superman. Did Richard Reeves exist as a human being? Yes. Did Superman exist as a human being? No.
Okay, so
wait, I'm not through.
Okay.
I'll get through. I'll let you know. I said, sister.
Okay.
Okay. That's the rule. I keep telling you that. Sean Connery existed as 007 or James Bond. Did Sean Connery exist as a human being? Yes. Did James Bond exist as a human being? No. Did James Bond existed as a human being? No. The answer is no. They are all aliens. So that's my answer to you at this moment until we go further into what you're trying to get at. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So I'm just making sure that's clear so everyone in the chat can understand that he is saying that Muhammad, the prophet, did not exist, but an individual walking, talking, had the gang that was going around doing all the things that was talked about last night on the show, on Sinetta's show, did exist, but Muhammad, the man as Muhammad, did not exist. Am I clear, Dr. Williams, and saying what I'm saying, just to make sure that I'm repeating you correctly?
I keep saying, no, you're not repeating it correctly. Muhammad is an alien. Do not exist.
Okay.
But Mohammedan Arabian existed. Mohammedan Arabian was born in Spain to a Moorish family. He was born in 1165 in Spain to a Moorish family in Spain. And he was taught by a 92-year-old woman by the name of name was Fatima Bent. Fatima Bent, B-E-N-T. She was 19 years old, and she taught Mohammedan Arabic as a child. Okay, so she taught him different subjects. So when Arabia got to be a man, he went to Egypt and started teaching what he had been taught by Fatima then. Fatima, as you know, in Islam, is the daughter of Muhammad. That's where that comes from.
Okay, just to make sure I'm clear. Okay. So there was a man walking the earth who started a way of life, and the people called him by the nickname Muhammad, which means one worthy to be praised, because it'll start getting sort of like semantic key, or like I'm not really sure where what you're saying, and chat, is Dr. Williams still clear where y'all understand him? What I'm trying to say is the acts that was done by individual man that the people nicknamed Muhammad. Did he exist? I'm just trying to be clear, because your book and you stated before that he did not exist. So I'm trying to make sure that it's no confusion on what you mean when you say that, because if you say that a man existed that done all of those acts and people just nicknamed him Muhammad, which means one worthy to be praised, which means the anointed one, like it is with Jesus, that he really did exist and those things were really done, but they just nicknamed him that. Because last night, I believe that Morpheus mentioned what his real actual name was. So that's why I'm trying to make sure that it's clear.
Okay, are you through talking?
Yes.
Do not mix today's Islamic ideology with ancient times.
Okay.
Don't mix that. Now, when Muhammad Arabia became a grown man, that's where Arabia was named after Arabia. He came to Egypt and he began to expound on his knowledge and created something. He created Mohammedanism because his alias was Muhammad. Now, what Fatima Bent taught him, the 19-year-old teacher that taught him how to be a flamboyant, a fortune teller, a writer of poetry, and so forth and so on. And he wrote 2 books. One, the Hakim, the El Hakim, and the El that you had. Those are his 2 books. So he began to come out, and this is what he started. He would go around a mountain, and he would cast out stones as he went around that mountain. Casting out stones, what they do at all Hajjs every year. So casting out stones means that he's casting out his sins. Casting out his sins. He started that. Okay. So in 1139, his followers began to work throughout Egypt and over there, what they call the Middle East. The word Middle East is a nickname for Northeast Africa. That's where Northeast Africa. They call it the Middle East. The British named that after World War II. After World War I. The British named that Northeast Africa, the Middle East. The nickname, political name. And his followers in 1139 began to go around preaching his scholarship, what Arabia had been preaching. And he died in 1240. Okay? So, 61 years later, the Ottoman Turkish Empire was created. And the sultans of the Ottoman Turkish Empire took the people that they were dominating and ruling, they went to them with a sword and said, Muhammad or die. But now you might got a sword for your neck, you're not going to say, well, I don't believe in Muhammad, cut your damn throat. See? Now, that's in my book, The Extraordinary Christianity. So, now there's another component of Islam. I want you to always remember this, listeners. Islam is a religion based upon a book called the Quran. Islam is a religion based upon a book called the Quran. Very important to know that. So, how did that start? Well, you got to go back into Paris, France. When a group called the AIU was formed in 1860 in Paris, France. AIU means Alliance Israelite Universal of Paris, France. Well, repeat that. So Alliance Israelite Universal of Paris, France. They formed their group in 1860. And 10 years later, 1870, that group, some of that group, the scholars of that group, were sent into Syria. For what reason? To create literature for the Mohammedan world. Now, what is the Mohammedan world? Where did it start? We started with Muhammad. Mohammedan. Arabian. Alias Muhammad. Mohammedan Arabian started called Muhammad. Alias Muhammad. That's where it started from. So that world, that Mohammedan world, did not have any literature. So they took it upon themselves to send a contingent of scholars into Syria in 1870, 10 years after they were organized. I'm talking about the AIU. I'm going to tell you why they sent that contingent into Syria. Not only did the Mohammedan world have no literature, they came there to create literature for the Mohammedan world. Why? The the reason why they came over there is to make sure that Abraham was in the literature that they're creating. And Abraham is in all three major Western religions: Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. They want to make sure Abraham was in there. So the day of the state, Abraham is in all three major Western religions: Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. And they waited 49 years until that the Quran that they created was accepted. And in today's Quran, as I speak, interspersed in today's Quran, you have the Pentateuch and Psalms in there, Jewish writing. Interspersed in today's Quran, you have the 4 Christian Gospels interspersed in there. You see? So, 49 years later, after World War I, that the British defeated the Germans and toppled the Ottoman Empire. The reason why they wanted to do that was to make sure that the Germans, who were helping the Ottoman Empire and the Ottoman Turks, were helping them build a railroad. So after the completion of the railroad, they were afraid that they would be access and privy to the oil reserves over there, oil and gas reserves over there. See? So what they did was that after World War I, 1914 to 1918, the League of Nations in 1920, the League of Nations today is headquartered in New York and called the UN. That's the League of Nations. That's where it is today. So, that's all history. And you have to know history in order to know what you're talking about. But if you don't know history, history is a discipline that will teach you what went on in human history. You see? And so after World War I, it's over with. That's how this all came about. You see? So, now what they did was a mandate given to the British by the League of Nations in 1920. That mandate was given to the British for all of Northeast Africa, all of it, except for this. This is how they broke it up. The League of Nations in 1922 gave Syria to the French in 1922. And the French boarded Syria and made Lebanon and Beirut. The French boarded Syria and made Lebanon and Beirut out of it. That's what you see over there today. That was in 1922. In 1923, the British appointed a president So he was given Turkey, as we know it today. Turkey. 1923. His name was Mustafa Gamal, called Ataturk. He was given Turkey, as we know it today. Then the British went down into Arabia, and they began to dismantle Arabia, chop it up. They made Iraq out of Turkey. I'm talking about Arabia. They made Iraq. They made Kuwait. They made Medina, and Iran. To break up all that oil under one dominance. Now, meaning that they appointed kings of those areas. Meaning that you have to go back in history, World War I. The British sent an agent by the name of T.E. Lawrence. He's also known as Lawrence of Arabia. And he was assisted by one Hussein Ibn Ali. Hussein Ali. And in 1929, a country called Jordan was created. Jordan was just a flat land area, no buildings, no nothing on it. In 1929, the British built a country called Jordan, and they made the son of Hussein Ali took his son Abdullah and made him the first king of Jordan. And they financed that country all the way up into 1950 when they turned it over to the sovereignty and the rule of Jordan over to the Arabs. And it's called Transjordan. Okay? Now, when they went into Turkey in 1923, they made Mustafa Gamal, called Ataturk, the first president of Turkey. And they told him that they wanted him to make Turkey a European country, which he did. It's a European country as I speak. And then they went into Arabia, and in 1924, they appointed and made Abdul Aziz al-Assad the president of Arabia. And that's when he broke up all that oil reserves and natural gas reserves over there by creating Iraq, Kuwait, and I'm getting the don't say that, but it'll come to me. and Medina and Iran. Iraq, Kuwait, Medina, and Iran. And they appointed one of Hussein Ali's son, another one of his sons, Faisal, to be the president of Arabia. And not only did they stopped there, they went and they went south of Arabia, and they boarded that off, and they created Yemen. That's what you see over there today. So you have to use the discipline of history to understand what went on. I said this. You have to find out, the question has to be asked, what happened to our ancient Egyptian ancestors after the Greeks came into Egypt and the Greeks and the Romans came in? What happened to them? The history to that. So I'm giving you part of that history, piece by piece. I don't want to run the two together. So you have to take a subject and study that subject and go to the next subject and the next subject. So you get to, it's a puzzle. You got to put all the pieces of the puzzles together. If you don't do that, then you are in confusion. You'll always be in confusion. So a lot of people say, but thank God for Russell Williams. You know, I'm not, listen, I don't know everything. I don't profess to know everything. No human will live a lifetime to know everything. I know one person that knows everything, and that's a fool. Walter Williams is not a fool. I'm not no fool. I know what I know. Okay? So, that's how that went.
Dr. Williams, I like that. This is Dots again. I like Dr. Williams. Ain't no fool. I like I like that. I have a question because you mentioned when you were talking about Christianity and then you went into Islam. And you know, when I think of like those three monotheistic religions, and I know there's a lot of similarities amongst them, but I immediately just think about what's going on, you know, and what's Palestine and Israel, so to speak, now, right? It's been a hot spot since the beginning of the time. You have three religions, you know what I mean? Pretty much saying that their founder, that this is their holy land, in essence, right? Like this is where this is theirs. This is their land. They belong here. And here we are in 2024, and I feel like the story just has continued on. Maybe it has different players, it has different actors, but the messaging seems the same. And not only does the messaging seems the same, but it seems like the result seems the same. It seems like more bloodshed, more war, more power to somebody. What is your thoughts on those three monotheistic religions, right, claiming that area as their personal, right, as their homeland, for their founder, for their people, and where we are today currently in 2024, right, still the same kind of war, and where are we going forward with this? Because it's very dangerous. It's heartbreaking to see what's going on over there. So what's your thoughts about that, if you don't mind sharing, Dr. Williams?
Okay. Now, the question is, let me understand your question real clear, is that what is happening over there in Palestine, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you want to know what's behind all of this, the history of that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Let me narrate the history for you and all of that. And I will tell you something that no other person is telling you. Now, I was on, you ever heard of the Carl Nelson show out of Washington, D.C.?
Did I hear what out of D.C.?
A show called the Carl Nelson Show.
The Carl Nelson Show? I don't think so. No.
Well, I was on his show in December. We were talking about the same thing. So I got a tape. I got tape on it. It's very, very good. And I'm going back on there. Either Black History, which is next month, or in March. Okay? And I'm going to go on there. And I was on there and explain the whole situation over there. But now I've come up with some added information that must get out to the listening audience because people like you are asking questions. Okay? All right. Now, let's get right into it. Over there in the so-called Middle East, the Middle East is a political name given to Northeast Africa. Like I said before, remember that political name. Done on purpose. And you'll find that in 1948, when the when the UN gave a resolution to the Israelis or the Zionists, that's what they are, is Zionists, to create a home state, a homeland for Zionism. Okay? Thus creating what they call a Jewish state. That was in 1948. Mind you, in 1948, they also went into Peoria, Illinois, as a Caterpillar factory there, and designed a home demolishing machine, a 2-story high home demolishing machine that can rip up concrete, rip up roads, and also demolish a house within 2 hours. They cut your gas off, your lights off, and your water on, and then demolish your home. If, when they went over there, they knew that the Palestinians were going to do what? Going to resist them, and they're going to begin throwing rocks at them. So that's the reason why they knew they were going to need a machine to demolish their house. So the rock thrower, they followed him home and told his family, get all your belongings out of here in 5 minutes because we're going to demolish your house. And he was taking land inch by inch, step by step like that. Palestine consists of 10,434 square miles of land area. Today, as I speak, they got all 10,434 square miles of Palestine. Now, let's go back. After during World War I, 1914 to 1918, in 1917, Walter Lionel Rothschild took a chemist before the British Parliament, a man by the name of Cam Weissman, a chemist from Mansfield, England, and told the British Parliament that this man could make a chemical bomb that would end World War I, topple the Ottoman Empire and defeat the Germans. So in 1917, a declaration was drawn up called the Balfour Declaration 1917. Produced by James Arthur Balfour. That gave that area that we know today as the Middle East, that gave land to the Zionist group and gave land to the Palestinians. The Balfour Declaration gave them equal land. Okay? And called the Balfour Declaration. But they didn't, the Israelis didn't want to abide by that because they want all of that land. It would have been settled with the Balfour Declaration. Half of Palestine for the Zionists and half for the Palestinians. Okay? Two-state, called a two-state solution. See? And the Israelis in America, they wouldn't have, the Palestinians wouldn't agree to that. No, that's not true. It's a two-state solution. That's what would have settled that argument over there and kept from them killing all those men, women, children, and babies over there, as they're doing every day as I speak. Two-state solution. But no, it went into Peoria and designed a home demolishing machine, 2 stories high. It could rip up concrete roads and everything. Demolish your house within 2 hours. See, they knew that. So when they went over there, the Palestinians didn't have enough rocks to throw. Now, let me tell you this now. I'm going back on this show because I learned something new. This is what I learned and come to realize. See, while on this show, to make sure that they wouldn't call him anti-Semitic, I said that I want to let the listening audience know that I'm not anti-Israeli, nor am I anti Palestinian. I'm not anti-Israeli, nor am I anti-Hamas or Palestinian. I'm not pro-Israeli, nor am I pro-Palestinian and Hamas. I'm not pro that, so I want to clear that up. Yeah. So I went on and gave my narrative, and I got it recorded. I got tapes on there. So now I got some more very dominant information that nobody has ever spoke before. I'm going to share it with you all. In 1948, when the state of Israel, when the state of Israel was created, the Israelis had 2 superpowers on their side. You only got 3 superpowers. You got Russia as a superpower. Russia had nothing to do with it. Then you got the United States as a superpower, and you got the British as a superpower. Okay? So now, the Israelis in 1948 had 2 superpowers to take them into Palestine. The United States is a superpower. Took them by the hand, went in there. Great Britain is a superpower. Took the Israelis in there, held them by the hand. The Palestinians had no superpowers on their side to protect them. The only thing that the the Palestinians had is rocks. R-O-C-K-S, rocks. That's all they had. Against two superpowers. And one of the superpowers, the United States of America, in their vault, in Arlington, Virginia, in their vault, they have the formula for the atomic bomb. That's how powerful they are, this country. But they took the Israelis into Palestine. And the Palestinians had no superpower to protect them. So they just went in there and took as much land, but they went through it in a process. By going to POA, getting this machine, home demolishing machine, like I explained to you. But the Israelis didn't have no superpower with them. And then every time that the Palestinians will resist, here come America. The Israelis, they have a right to defend themselves. Ain't that a bitch? Pardon my expression. Defend yourself? How are they going to defend themselves? Against two superpowers? How? They had no guns, no bombs, no nothing. They just lived in the region.
They said they had locks and rocks, Dr. Williams. They said they only had the locks, like you said, and rocks, R-O-C-K-S.
They only had rocks.
Right.
They had no superpowers to defend them.
Right.
You got that? No superpower whatsoever. So they, just by way of not just going and taking it all at one time, they just went through the dramatic or the drama of taking it, the method that you see them taking it through the years. The Palestinians never had no superpower. Now, I'm going to tell you how and who's behind all of this. You know who's behind all this?
Who is that?
The Rothschild family.
Mm-hmm.
The Rothschilds. Because you got to have money to do all these things that was done, has been done through the years over there. You got to have money to do that. This is the Rothschilds. It started with Edmund James D. Rothschild. Edmund James D. Rothschild went into Palestine and bought land over there. He went in there under the guise of turning this land into a vineyard, which he did. And he became the largest wine seller along the Mediterranean in that area. But let's go back. Why did he do this? Well, in 1860, you heard me say that the Alliance Israelite Universal was created, in Paris, France. Where does Edmund James D. Rothschild live? In Paris, France. That's where he's from. His home made his home there. So, that's where the AIU was created. Alliance Israelite Universal Paris, France. They wrote a book. In 1860, called the Pentecost of Zion. Let me get this name right. they wrote this book entitled The Picture called of Zion. Oh, okay. That's not. It's somewhere around in that area. It'll come to me. I'm having a senior moment now. But anyway, in the Pentecost of the learned elders of Zion, you have a chapter in there that tells you how to treat a non-Jew. They call that non-Jew a glorium. See? Like a germ or something like that. So they teach you in that the Pentecost of the learned elders of Zion. They teach you how to treat a non-Jew by calling him a glorium. And they claim that this Pentecost of the learned elders of Zion has no known author. That's a lie. Because also in that book, there's a chapter on the AIU, Alliance Israelite Universal of Parish Fact. They wrote that book. You see? With the help of Edmund James D. Rothschild. See? Now, here comes Edmund James D. Rothschild going over there in Palestine and buying up land over there and bought it into the electric company over there. And then, that was in 1860 he did it. 30 years later, one of his pawns, it's all like a chess. When I say a pawn, one of his players, by the name of Nathan Birnbaum, told him to create settlements for the Zionist Jews. And he called them caboose houses. So what he did, this is the plan all along now. After one of his pawns, Nathan Birnbaum, a chess player, like he's playing chess on a board, you come in and you look over the situation, you make your move. You wait till your opponent make a move, and then you make a move to try to topple that. So anyway, in 1860, 1890, he was told by one of his pawns to make and build Jewish settlements over there, which he did. And he built 29 Jewish settlements over there in Palestine. And after building these 29 settlements, he gave the Jewish settlers over there, or the Zionist settlers over there, gave them jobs. And he called for Jews around the globe to come and settle in Palestine, that they would have a free house and a job. See, that was in 1890. Edmund James D. Rothschild started it. And then, let's go back to World War I. When Walter Rothschild, another member of the Rothschild-Bacon family, brought in Cam Weissman, the chemist, they could make a chemical bomb during World War I. So that's another Rothschild in the picture. Do you see the picture, how the picture's clearing up now? I hope so. And so here you have this reddish. They can do what they want to do and say what they want to say any way they want to say it. Because they got the superpowers on them, 2 of them. And nobody won't touch them either. The superpowers, you bother them, superpowers gonna come in and attack you, take you out. You see? So the Rothschild family has spent $951 billion for all this to happen. Well, I just told you. Mm-hmm. So that's what I have to say about that. So does anybody have any questions, or did you learn anything?
Dulcinea, Nisha, do y'all have any questions for the great Dr. Walter Williams?
No, I just enjoy listening at him. I appreciate him.
I know he got a smoothing voice. Dulcie, you have any questions? I do want to let you know that Dr. Walter Williams do have something to say about DNA. You missed it earlier that I think it was Dots that asked him the question on, was it Dots? Then you asked him a question on DNA and you said why it never goes back.
Yeah.
That's what I was, and why it doesn't never go back to Egypt. And Dr. Williams, the answer that you might want to ask him a question on the DNA situation, Dulcie.
I've answered that question already.
I know I said a question. I didn't say the same question.
Oh yeah, no, I didn't really have a question about DNA. I had more of a question about what he said about North Africa and Middle East being Northeast Africa, but I don't know if he already answered the question as far if the people that are in Northeast Africa today, if they're the same people that were present day, if they're the same people that have lived there, or are they invaders from somewhere else?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, they come from Afghanistan. See, Afghanistan is a country that borders Northeast Africa. That borders it. See? So they came out of Afghanistan. I'll give a lecture on who are the Arabs and where do they come from. You see, they came out of Afghanistan, which borders Northeast Africa, called the Middle East. Political name. They came out of the Tora Bora mountains of Afghanistan. The Tora Bora mountains is where Bin Laden was living and hiding. Okay? The second place he came from is the Caspian Sea area of Afghanistan. That's where all that oil reserves are. And that's when the United States ran the Germans out of there. Then they come from they come from
Sudan. I'm not sure.
They came from
Not
Turkestan.
Okay.
Turkestan. That's the third place. They came from out of Afghanistan. And the fourth place, they came from Pakistan. Pakistan borders Afghanistan. So they came from that region. That's the fourth place. Then the fifth place, he came from the North Caucasus Mountains coming out of Russia into Afghanistan. That's the fifth place. The sixth place, he came from Azerbaijan and Armenia by way of migration into Northeast Africa. And the first group that came into Northeast Africa are known in history as the Seljukian Turks. That's where Turkey got its name from in 1071. So getting back to DNA, I'll answer that. They never tell you that your DNA points you back to ancient Egypt. Never, because they don't want you to know that. Okay? There's a book that was written in 1939 by Theodore P. Ford. It's called what is that book called? Something of the Negro. I guess I'm, got too much stuff packed in my head. Anyway, he said that the ancient Egyptians vanished and the Negro appeared. God was a Negro. That's the name of his book. Written by Theodore P. Ford in 1939. And he said that the ancient Egyptians vanished and the Negro appeared. It's telling you who you are right there. And he had a picture gallery in his book showing you the present day Negro looking like his ancient Egyptian counterpart. A real picture. That's where my pictogram idea came from in my book. Yeah. The ancient Egyptian vanished and the Negro appeared. So now today we got the Negro has to vanish so the ancient Egyptian can reappear. And DNA won't give you that. It takes you back. Oh, your ancestors come from Africa, this part of Africa. You come from Ghana, and you come from that, and come from this, and you come from parts of Europe. Because when you send your DNA in, you're going to send your European name in along with that. See? So you take your European name and put you connected with parts of Europe. See? They got it set up for you, brothers and sisters. So that would be my answer.
So,
does that answer your question? Huh?
Yes, Nisha had a question for you, Dr. Williams.
how you
Yes, that's why I said yes.
Okay. What's your next question?
So, are you saying that no one today, if they took a DNA test, it would say Egypt?
No. They don't want you to. Don't you see what's happening out here? Why do you think that all this confusion out here, like the woman and the man called on that show I told you about 2 or 3 months ago? But who are my ancestors? All that kind of stuff like that. They don't know. They've been torn away from it. Like I have been torn away from it. You have been torn away from every listener that you've got listening to you. Been torn away from ancient Egypt. It's done on purpose. There's too much greatness there. Civilization did not start in China, did not start in India, did not start in Europe. It started in Africa. They don't want you there. Don't you get it? Wake up. Even Frankenstein woke up. Frankenstein, the monster, woke up after Igor took that electric cloud and went through all that block of ice and hit him in the side with that joking. He woke up. Negroes, Africans living in America, wake up to your greatness, okay? Stop being a goddamn fool. And I hate to use curse words to you. Maybe it will jolt you back into understanding who you are, how great we are as a people. I told you we had a superior culture, more so than any other race of people on earth in Egypt, in ancient Egypt. Superior. You got 8 billion humans walking this earth. And we are the superior one among all races of people because of the culture that we created in ancient Egypt. Civilization that we created. We're not the oldest civilized people. Can't say this. We were first and oldest civilized people by way of our culture. That's
Doctor.
the oldest civilized people on earth. So wake up! Stop fighting! You are an ancient Egyptian. You should be proud of that. You should be proud of that. And the Europeans know, they know who you are. They know who we are. Why do you think they took Egypt and planted it over in America? You go to Washington, D.C., you see all those monuments and statues and artifacts and stuff all around Washington, D.C. Why did Benjamin Banneker and all that, those people come in? See? Why? You got to know that. That's your history. Stop allowing the tricks that white people have done to us to remain in your mind. Put new knowledge there. European can go to Europe and show you nothing that came out of Europe that's great. Nothing. Nothing but darkness and ignorance. Indians can't do that either, of India. Chinese can't do that either. There's only one country on earth that has the greatness and the rudiments of civilization. That's ancient Egypt. So wake up, my brothers and sisters. And I hate to curse like that, you know. But I have to do that because I'm getting tired of you all coming back to me with a lot of trash talk. And that's the reason why, you see, before I teach anybody, I give you the knowledge of your personal anatomy, your pineal gland, your subconscious mind, your conscious mind, so forth and so on. So maybe next time I'm on the show, I'll give you, tell you all with what you possess as a human being. Okay? So you need to know that. So when I said that we are ancient Egyptians, I'm not playing. I've spent 9 years of my life doing this. This is my life's journey. I'm not playing. If I see that you still want to hold on to some ignorance, hey, goodbye and leave me alone. Don't call me no more. If you're willing to learn something new and learn something true, I'm not telling you no lies. I didn't come on here, this program, to tell you some lies. Okay? So that's where I feel about it.
Can I ask you a question, Dr. Williams?
Sure.
Do you know how far back? Because we will probably never know. But how far back? Because I know before the Arabs invaded Egypt, there were many, many invasions, and where people had to leave Egypt. And like you said, they went from Egyptians to Negroes. So we have no idea, or do you have any idea how long back, how far back, thousands years that people left Egypt and probably migrated into a different region? Because you know it's only been called Africa since the early 1700s. So how far back? Do you have any idea before when people had to leave Egypt, the ancient Egypt I'm talking about?
Yeah, see, what you're talking about, Sister Freedom, is this. You're talking about the chronologies of ancient Egypt is telling you that. The chronology of ancient Egypt is telling you this dynasty, that dynasty, this person invaded Egypt, this person came to Egypt, this person that, and this person that. I cleared that up. I thought I cleared that up for you. It comes from, and in my book, the new book coming out, I give a warning, I told you, to all African scholars, teachers, and intellectuals and students. Do not use the chronologies of ancient Egypt, because it's based off of between academia. They're saying this. It's up to the Bible. The Bible is saying that. See? So you can't use any one of those as historical evidence. You're getting the many invasions of Egypt coming from the chronologies out there. You see? So in my book, I break all that down to you. I told you that James Henry Besson in his book, A History of Egypt, says that we do not possess a history of Egypt. He says that. And he says, the purely, P-U-R-I-L-L-E, history as presented by Manetho can hardly be called history. Now the word purely means silly, boyish, and trivial. I explained that. So don't use the chronologies of ancient Egypt. I'm warning you that. And then in 1875, a man named George Rawlinson, Rawlinson, wrote a book called A History of Ancient Egypt. And he says the same thing. That the ancient Egyptians not write a history themselves. See? So that's where all that confusion come in. And then our scholars over here, they don't know that. They're not historians. They're good speakers. They talk a good game. And they got, and to make you believe them, that they got a degree from different universities and colleges. So they can come out here in our community as an authority on the subject. That's the reason why they never liked Boston Williams. Because I let them get away with that and call them out on it. Well, that's my answer to you, my sister.
I just wanted to express to you why I asked that question. You know that there's always different discussions on indigenous people in different places, and you know we've had these conversations before on and I know we've agreed, I guess, at one time or another, that if you are new to a land, you are the indigenous if you're the first one on the land. I think that's what we talked about before. But the reason why I asked you that question is when you made the statement about from Egyptians to Negroes, and you know most of the people that are over in what we call America now are who they were calling these Negroids. Negroes. Go ahead. If you're going, I was trying to get why I was asking out. You know what I'm saying? So I was wondering, because it was so many thousands of years possible. So many thousands of years back. Do you somehow think that maybe the people that are in these lands now could that were in, you know, like people will call themselves indigenous Indians or aboriginals or native to this land over here? Do you think it's possible that that's why I asked you, because of the always an argument about the native people on these lands. Well, I don't want to say native. How can I say that, Dulcinea? Aboriginal or original people to these lands could have been the same people. That's why I asked you.
But I don't understand your question, though.
The question is, the people that originated these lands, the people of color that originated these lands over here in America, do you think it's possible that they could be the same people that came from ancient Egypt? Is why I asked you.
They are the same people.
Thank you. That's all I was asking.
There's a history of that. I can narrate that history, but, you know, it's all, see, a Negro and Black is a nickname given to our African ancient Egyptian ancestors by the Spanish. Okay, when they were asked, A-S-K, in 1091 to come to Spain to bring civilization to them. That's where that word comes from. In 1091. Okay, and they came over and I talked about the Strait of Gibraltar, which is a land extension more so in the Mediterranean than the other 5 countries: Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, and Mauritania. You see, but Morocco is the one that has that extension into the Mediterranean called the Strait of Gibraltar. And at the end, when you come to the end of the Strait of Gibraltar, you have to take a boat and travel 8.9 miles to reach the shore of Spain. And once they reach Spain, the Spanish people call our ancient Egyptian ancestors black or Moors. And black and Negro is synonymous, the same. You know, so you have to use the discipline of history to understand what has happened to us out here as a people. And nobody out here is telling you these things. And I hate to say it, I would make myself look like I'm big-headed, but I'm not the one to say these things. Is that true or not?
Yeah, you are.
Okay, you don't hear none of these other scholars because they've been trained by and got a degree from a college or a university. I don't have that degree. I don't want that degree. If I had that degree, I wouldn't know a damn thing. I want to start on my own. Find out and investigate for myself. This is my life's journey. This is why I'm on earth, to do exactly what I'm doing now. And to know exactly what I'm doing. And I'm still evolving. I'm still learning. I'm a student for life. I will never know everything. Nobody will ever know everything in one lifetime. It's impossible.
Dr. Williams, you know, you said a few things, and I would love for you to give some advice, maybe to our younger brethren, maybe to our younger, it's mostly the men that, they have channels or feel as though they are in some type of authority figure or that they're a master teacher or what have you, And oftentimes what happens is that the bark gets louder and louder, and it sort of seems like they start having a pissing contest, right? And oftentimes when that happens, the importance of whatever it is that they're trying to get across, that message, it gets lost in translation because it turns into a fake WWE wrestling match just to see who can blow the biggest, the baddest, and the hardest. And I heard you say a few minutes ago, like about, a lot of these cats or whatever have a lot to say and they're misinformed or they're not doing the work or, whatever the case may be. And that's very dangerous. But the character of the person or the personality, the persona seems to attract a lot of people because their bark is big. What would you say to maybe some of the young, especially as an elder with great respect, what would you give? What kind of suggestions would you give or advice you would give to kind of like, that's not pump the brakes? Or there's a time and place to do any and everything, but maybe how you're giving it up just isn't it. So what would be your advice to kind of quell some of that dissension, if it's possible?
Well, here, sister, all while you were talking, I really didn't understand what you were saying. But Sister Freedom,
yes.
Do you understand what she was saying?
Yes, I do. She was saying that there's always some contention. Well, Dots, you can repeat it. Repeat what you said, okay. So it's coming from you.
Okay, I'll slow it down. A few. Oh, sorry.
Freedom, explain to me what you're talking about.
Yeah, he probably can't hear her clearly, Sister Freedom. That's why he's asking for you to.
No, my granddaughter has said something to me. That's why I asked Dots to repeat it. What she was saying, that there's always an argument between the young men on knowledge, and they always trying to see who knows more, who, it becomes like an argument, it becomes like a beef tube because they're fighting about the information. And instead of fighting about the information, is there some type of advice that you can give them to stop them from arguing and going back and forth about the information? That's what you're saying, correct, Dots?
That's a good summary.
Yeah. You know, that they can stop becoming enemies concerning the information. In other words, you know, if there's some advice you can give them.
Yeah, I can give them some advice. Listen to Walter Williams. You have boys and girls on there on your show.
Yes. Yes.
Bring them on this show. And I'll try and straighten them out.
Okay.
They're arguing because they don't know who they are. They don't know nothing about their ancestors. They know nothing about their personal anatomy or nothing. That's the reason why the argument is. They'll always have an argument and polemic between people who are looking for their roots. They're looking for their roots. Their ancestors' roots. That's what they're looking for. So they argue with each other.
Okay, so what we'll do, Dr. Williams, is set up a show for you and a couple of people who, you know, really have questions, and they've had little discussions and arguments. I hope it doesn't, you know, I don't want nobody to get into a heated argument with an elder on the line. But there are some. Okay. Okay, but we still have to keep an order. So what I will do is speak with, you know, a couple of the people who we feel like is having this debate type argument, and so you can answer some questions for them, and they can answer some questions. They can ask you some questions that they have been some confusion about, that's causing people, you know, causing them not to be able to get along. In other words. And yes, it is going to be some difficult questions concerning originality to different parts of the world, because, like I tried to say earlier, you know, really, why would anybody that feels as though they're indigenous to this land, which I mean, original to this land, which are complex, even remember? It's been so thousands and thousands of years. Why would they even remember that? And if it didn't come down in different stories and situations like that they came from ancient Egypt. So they would need you on the line to explain to them how that took place, so there won't be maybe any arguments. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, so that's what we'll do. We'll set up a time where that can be a discussion, you know. So, you know, everybody has a question and everybody has answers. You know, all the time somebody's not going to agree with you, Dr. Williams, but you know that, but it's not going to hurt.
Listen, if you don't agree with me, put what's right in the space that you don't agree with. Now, I don't agree with that. Okay, now what's right that you're going to put in the space? Don't tell me you don't agree with me. Don't put what's right in the space. If y'all don't agree with this, if I disagree with you, I'm going to say I don't agree with them. This is what's right to go in this space.
Makes sense.
I don't know everything. I'm human. I make mistakes. So therefore, I don't tell people I know everything. I only know one person knows everything. That's a fool. And Walter Williams is not no fool. You better believe it.
So I have a question, Dr. Walter Williams. Have you built out your family tree?
If I did, no, I'm not interested in that. My family, my ancestry goes back to ancient Egypt. They're the ones that built the Great Pyramid. They're the ones that built literacy to the world about breaking the fourth alphabet. They built a great Sphinx. And so forth and so on. I don't need to go no ancestry.
No, that's not what she's saying.
Huh?
That's not what she's saying. She's saying, she said, did you build your family tree, your personal family tree, like all the way back to like your do you know your great grandmother? Do you know who they were? Do you know where they came from? Your great great grandparents?
That has nothing to do with all descendants of the ancient Egyptians, all of them. Anybody that's of color that's in Africa can claim ancient Egypt. The qualification that you have to be African to do that. Ancient Egyptians are African. I don't need no family tree and all that kind of stuff. I know about slavery. I can give you the history on that. And so forth and so on.
Well, I guess you definitely don't agree with the new DNA stuff that they got going on.
I sure don't. Child.
I know that's right. Okay. Because we have had our issues with that. It's been a big argument concerning that. See, I haven't called you in, I guess, a month or so. And, it's been a back and forth thing on the DNA test that they got and the genealogy. That's been a big argument. And I mean, people have actually lost friends from this argument. They started off as brothers and they get into these debates and they end up enemies.
Guess what, Sister Freeman?
Mm-hmm.
Freedom. The people who want to take the DNA and learn about the DNA, those people, those Negroes, do not know who their ancestors are in ancient Egypt. They know nothing about ancient Egypt. Nothing. And then they heard of it, but they'll have no connection. They make no connection to themselves being ancient Egyptian. Like a friend of mine, she doesn't make that connection as yet. She's still confused.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the greatest people that has ever walked this earth, a human being. And she still don't know. Still refuse. This outright refuse to accept that she's an ancient Egyptian.
Okay, there's a question that's in the chat that I'm going to attempt to try to ask you. Okay, our sister Niambi from the chat state asks, she wants some information pertaining to slavery, and I'm assuming Niambi, you wanted the history on the slaves that came over, or that the Europeans. I call them undone people. Dr. Williams. The people that I call the people that enslaved us undone, white people undone. I call them undone, like they just not done yet. But anyway, let me get to her question. I'm assuming that she wants some history on slavery, and I kind of do too. Got a question about when the people came over here on these lands, they enslaved the people. She's saying she just wants your perspective on it. Not going to take you down the rabbit hole about it, okay? Because it can get crazy. But she wants to know if you can give a little bit of history on the slaves before and after. Before the enslaved people that was on these lands, and the people that was brought over that looked like the people that was on these lands that were enslaved.
Slavery did not start until 1619. There was no slaves on this land. None whatsoever. Slavery started in 1619.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So you got to remember the Spanish Inquisition of 1478 called Ferdinand and Isabella, who was allied with the Roman Catholic Church. Okay? 1478, the Spanish and Roman Catholic Church Inquisition.
Mm-hmm.
With that Inquisition, they wanted to erase the presence and activities of the ancient Egyptians that were being there, along with erase the activities of the Vatican, where the ancient Egyptians had been over there building at church over there, so forth and so on. So there's another narrated history lesson I give to that point. So slaves, they did not bring slaves over here to 1619. In 1492, on the ship with Christopher Columbus coming in this hemisphere, they brought Moors over here. And the Moors over here for 127 years created civilization over in this hemisphere. And after that was 127 years later, they come to the slave trade in 1619, where they wanted to eradicate and erase that history and culture that was created by the Moors over in this hemisphere. Actually, erase the ones that was created by the Moors in Spain and in the Vatican. See? So you got to, I will explain that history. Yes, it's all a different history. There's different scenario. There's different reason. And when they were in 1619, they brought slaves over here, but they were not they brought highly educated men and women over here that could read and write. When they got over here, they forbade them to read or write or speak their language. They were highly educated men and women. You take up people that know as ignorant out of the bush somewhere, and it makes your house need grow, raise your children, or cook for you, you eat their food and stuff. You take like at the end of slavery, 1865 was the end of slavery. Then in 2 years later, what started? What's that year? Where the slaves, people who were enslaved, became congressmen. If they couldn't read or write, I mean, after 2 years of slavery, that they became Congress people of the United States Congress. That lasted for 10 years, 1867 to 1772. And that was ended by Jim Crow in 1922 by a man by the name of James Crow, or Jim Crow, in Pulaski, Tennessee. So you got to really understand history, world history, human history. Stop listening to a lot of people that are confused themselves. Please, I'm doing a James Brown on you. Stop it. The time is now. The year is now. So you find your way back to ancient Egypt. Please do that. And cut the BS out. And listen to somebody other than foolish people who don't know anything about history, don't know anything about themselves, don't know nothing about their ancestors, nothing. You listen to them. You had no choice. You hadn't come across Walter Williams for shit. I understand. It's got to stop. Reconstruction is what I'm trying to say. 2 years after slavery, the Reconstruction era started. Where these same people who were enslaved became United States Congress people. Until Jim Crow came in 1922. Started by a man by the name of James Crow, or Jim Crow, in Pulaski, Tennessee. 1922. That's history. I'm going to tell you, you have to know and use the discipline of history to get us out of this dilemma that we're in this very moment in this country. The discipline of history will put all the pieces in the puzzle together so you can understand that. I started on this program this morning. I started from at 9 o'clock. Trying to get and these pieces of puzzle everywhere you went. I have an answer for you.
Right, you did. Well, we ain't gonna hold you much longer.
It's okay. I don't mind the time. I have no place to go. I'm okay. So anytime you want to stop, we'll stop. It's okay. You want to go home? I'll go home if it don't matter.
Well, let me ask you a question, and there's some questions in the chat. And
I have one too, Freedom, when you're done with yours, okay?
Okay, that's fine. She says she has a question as well after I asked you this one. Now, when you stated that the Moors came over prior to the slave trade, right? Would the indigenous people that was on these lands be considered the Moors? No, you said because you said that they built the civilization over here is why I'm asking. But there is information that state that there were also dark-skinned people on these lands prior to even the Moors coming.
No. The only people that are indigenous to America is the indigenous American Indian that's on the reservation today as I speak. Now, where did they come from?
I don't know where they came from, but
well, that's the problem.
Well,
you say, I don't know. That's confusion.
No, I said I don't know where they came from, but which means I was going to say something else.
But see, but is something you hold your breath for a moment.
Okay.
The indigenous Indian is on the Indian reservation today. Where did they come from? Is they not the indigenous people of America? That's the question that Walter Williams asked. The African is not the indigenous people of America. You cannot be indigenous in two places. You can be indigenous in one land area on Earth, but not two. So now what's your butt?
Okay. But okay. So you're saying let me just keep on with what you're saying that you can't be indigenous to two parts of the world. So let me ask you this. If I came over in America, me and my family, was nobody else over here? How I'm not indigenous if I started a civilization over here and a family over here on these lands where nobody wasn't?
I told you that the American Indian was already here.
You missing my what I'm saying.
I hear what you're saying.
Okay.
You said if America didn't have nobody here.
Yeah, I said if there was nobody here.
If nobody here, where did you come from to get over here?
Well, where did they come from to get over here? I can ask the same question.
Wait. Where did you come from to get over here?
According to you, Africa.
No, according to you. You're thinking.
I'm not sure where that's thousands of years ago. I was just hypothetically asking you a question, Dr. Williams.
I'm hypothetically trying to ask you a question. Where did these people come from?
I'm not sure, Dr. Williams. I answered. I said I'm not sure. Well, you talking about African, the dark people, or are you talking about the the white Indians? I don't know which one you're asking me.
The indigenous Indian is indigenous to this country. Those people that's on the Indian reservations now, they are the indigenous people of America. Where did they come from? If you say that they're not indigenous.
Okay, I'm asking you where they come from. Because if you're making the claim that, and that's why I didn't want to, if you're making the claim that our people came over here from Egypt or from Africa. I'm gonna just say Africa, okay. And so the people that was on that you're calling Indian that has the reservations and stuff, they had to come from somewhere as well. They come here.
I asked you the question, where did they come from?
I'm not sure where they came from. That's why I'm asking
It's
you.
the Bering Strait. It's the Bering Strait that they came down.
Hold it. Today as I speak, there are Indians living on the reservation in America. Is that right?
Yes.
Where did it come from? You mean to tell me America was born of people, of humanity? You sitting there? You know what you're telling me?
No, I'm not telling you that. I'm saying you, when I hear you saying it, it sounds like almost like you're saying that they just was here. Like, like if they came from somewhere and they became indigenous, why couldn't the people of Egypt or ancient Egypt came here before them? That's what I'm trying to figure it out. But I asked you, that's the question I'm asking you, since you said that they were here first.
I asked that question. I don't answer that question already. You won't accept the answer. They were already here. They are indigenous people of America.
That's contradictive. Okay.
They're on the reservations today.
But okay, but you just, Dr. Williams,
He's saying the Kemetic people came after, if I'm understanding.
I know that's what he's saying.
Kemetic? What's Kemetic? Where's Kemetic coming in?
Well, it just say Egyptian, the ancient Egyptian people.
Oh, sorry, the ancient Egyptian people that you said that we are, you're saying we came after the indigenous people that were already here.
But you just said that nobody can sprout up from the ground. So as somebody they had to come over here from somewhere else too.
That's where they come by. That's my question.
So I don't think neither one of us, I'm not sure. I'm going to say I'm not sure, but in other words, because you just said nobody can sprout up from the ground.
But see, here's the thing about you won't accept my answer.
I'm accepted because I don't want us to go back and forth. So I'm gonna just go ahead on accept it.
Do you hear what I'm saying?
Yes.
But, I have a chapter in my book.
Mm-hmm.
The Moors of North Africa started in 1091. The Moors of North Africa, Spain, the Vatican, and America. That's a chapter in my book. I tell you, every spot I'll come to, I tell you what's happening during that time.
Mm-hmm.
We brought the Spanish A-S-K, our ancestors, ancient Egyptians, to come to Spain to bring civilization to them. I explained that to you.
Yeah.
While in Spain, in order to get there, they had to take the Strait of Gibraltar. You got five, last time I'm going over, you got 5 countries that borders the Mediterranean. Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, Morocco, and Algeria. Morocco, Medina. No, not Medina, maybe. It's other country. It doesn't border the Mediterranean. It's bordering the Atlantic Ocean. Let's see. Everybody lived in one country called Egypt. They lived in Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, and Mauritania. Mauritania does not border the Mediterranean. They border the Atlantic Ocean. I told you that the Strait of the Gibraltar is the largest land extension into the Mediterranean. So at the end of the Strait of Gibraltar, the Moors come out of Spain. I mean, the Moors come out of Africa. They use that strait to go to Spain. You have to, at the end of that strait, you take a boat 8.9 miles to get to the shores of Spain. And once in Spain, they were called black or Moors. And black and Negro are synonymous. So that's where the word black comes from. That's where the word Moors came from. That's where the word Negro came from. You see? And I told you that I have to go all the way into it now. In Spain, while in Spain, our ancestors, ancient Egyptians, learned the Spanish language in order to communicate with them. So they put an alphabet after learning the Spanish language that you see today. You go in the store, they got caution, wet floor. They got it in English and they got it in Spanish. Same alphabet that we use today in our writing and spelling. That's the first thing they did. The second thing they did in Spain is set up a government for these uncivilized Spanish people. The third thing they did is that they began to build cities over there. Grenada, Seville, Granada, I'm going to talk about Grenada, Seville, or Cadillac, Toledo, etc. And they began to, the fourth thing that they did was to build public bath houses where they introduced soap to these uncivilized Spanish-speaking people. If you listen to the history channel, sometimes the history channel says soap was not introduced into Europe until the 10th century. And that's true. Yeah. So they introduced that. So now, when the Spanish and Roman Inquisition came to be, I'm sorry. And then, after building Spain up, the seat of Christianity was moved out of Northeast Africa, called the Middle East. When John VIII, who was the Byzantine ruler in 1439, moved that seat out of Northeast Africa into Europe, into Italy. That seat, the first place he went to was in Florence, Italy, and in Ferrara, Italy, where you had 6 humanists from Florence and 6 humanists from Ferrara, Italy, to receive the seat. You see? And in order to build a church that will replace the world's first Christian church I talked about, the Church of Hagia Sophia. It was built in Constantinople, Turkey, known today as Istanbul, Turkey. But now they're over here in Italy. And the 12 humanists called to Spain for the Moors to come to Spain, to come to Italy to build the second seat of Christianity. And those 12 humanists, 6 from Florence, it was a curia there. The word C-U-R-I-A means college. So from the college in France and in Florence, Italy, the college in Ferrara, Italy, 6 humanists came from each place. It's about to be 12. And those 12 humanists, or humanists today, will be considered an intellectual. That's what humanists would be considered today. So they went to the authorities in Rome and asked for the Roman authorities to give them land in the suburbs or the outskirts of Rome to build what is known today as the Vatican, or the church that was known as St. Peter's Church. And they gave them this land near the catacombs. See, that's why today, as I speak, the Roman Catholic Church over in Italy is at the foot of the Pope where he sits in his chair. At the foot is the entrance to the catacomb. Where they used to, the Italians used to bury their dead in the ground, in the catacomb. So in 1445, those Moors that was called from Spain to build this church came to Spain in 1945, 1944. I'm sorry, 1944. 1444 to build the Vatican. They built that Vatican as a replica to the Hagia Sophia. They replicated that. So, and they started, they laid out the plans in 1444. 1445 they began to build. They began to build a church. We call it St. Peter's Church. Today it's called St. Peter's Basilica. And that's where the Pope of today spoke during the Christmas season for the church of the Basilica. And they also, in 1473, built St. Peter's Basilica. St. Peter's Basilica was built in 1473 by the Moors, and that's where the popes lived, in that basilica. No, I think I'm saying it's they built that in 1473. They built it. I'm having a senior moment again. It occurred to me. They built St. Peter's Basilica. They built St. Peter's and this is where the nation comes in, and part of this history. They built St. Peter's Basilica. They built St. Peter's. Sure, excuse me, I can't bring that up. Man, this is very disgusting. But anyway, this is what they built over there in the Vatican. So now, when the Spanish and Roman Inquisition of 1478 was called by Isabella and the Roman Catholic Church. The Inquisition was called, and they had a man by the name of Thomas D. Guatemala to be the Inquisitor General to get rid of the Moors out of Spain and out of the Vatican. That was done to eradicate any evidence of these black Moors But these Africans over there bringing and building over there in Spain and in the Vatican. They wanted that erased. The Sistine Chapel, that's what they built. The Sistine Chapel was built by the Moors in 1473. They wanted all that erased, eradicated, but the world won't know that their countries had been brought civilization into Spain, and that the Roman Catholic Church was built by these black Africans, descendants of the ancient Egyptians. It was all eradicated. St. Peter's Basilica and the other place I just called.
How did the Moors know about this side of the world, Niambe said?
What now?
How did the Moors, how did they know about this side of the world?
How did they know about what side of the world?
America, over here. How they know just from, okay.
I'm going to tell you now.
Okay.
The Spanish and Roman Inquisition called by President Isabella, and they hired a shipowner by the name of Christopher Columbus to take the Moors out of Spain and out of the Vatican. You know, the Sistine Chapel, that's what I was trying to think of. To take them out, eradicate any evidence that they were over there in Spain or in the Vatican. The Moors replicated the church of Hagia Sophia that was built over here and what we know today as Turkey. They wanted all traces of them ever being there. They want the world to know that these black African people did this for them. So over here on the boat of Columbus, Columbus did not have no slaves on his ship. He had the Moors over here on his ship, 1492. The Moors came over in this hemisphere 127 years before the slave trade started in 1619. And what did the Moors do over in this hemisphere? They brought civilization over here. Again. So now after they brought civilization over here, then the Europeans said, well, it's time for us to get rid of the Moors again. So they eradicated any evidence of the 127 years of civilization they brought over here in America. They eradicated that with the slave trade of 1619. When they brought those learned men and women out of Africa, I told you, who knew how to read and write, who knew how to cook, do everything a civilized person knows how to do. They brought them over here as slaves in 1619. And they put those people and the Moors that's over here, they created civilization for 127 years. They put them all under one umbrella and called them Negroes, erasing the 127 years of civilization they brought over here. So that's how you got to be a Negro and a black person today. That's the history. What's your question?
Okay. Anybody else got a question?
Did you learn? Did you learn anything?
Yes. Mm-hmm. I did. Dulce, you got a question for Dr. Williams? Dulcinea? Nisha?
No.
Dulcie, are you there? I don't know. She might have stepped away for a second because I see that she's on mute. So Niambi also asks is how long were they actually traveling back and forth from over there to here, over Africa to here? How long was the Moors doing that?
They were doing that until 1478.
They were doing it until then, like they were doing it before then?
From 1091
Mm-hmm.
to 1478, back and forth.
Okay.
And when you say it started in 1091, are you talking about Abu Bakr or the Mansa Musa line?
About the what?
The Mansa Musa line, the predecessor of Mansa Musa, Abu Bakr?
There's no Mansa Musa.
Mm-hmm.
Mansa Musa is supposed to have created the University of Timbuktu, is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Well, for 27 years, I looked for the University of Timbuktu. I couldn't find it. So after 27 years of my research, I found it. Well,
Wow.
listen to this now. When Ferdinand and Isabella and the Roman Catholic Church allied together to dispel the Moors out of Spain and out of the Vatican. Some of the Moors fled into France. France is a country that borders Spain as I speak. So not only did they civilize Spain at the time, they brought civilization to France, to Frenchmen, France. And some of the Moors came into Mali. See? That's where the University of Timbuktu supposed to have been, located in Mali. So after 27 years of looking for Mansa Musa and the University of Timbuktu, I finally found it. I was in a grocery store one day in line, and in this grocery store, they had a magazine section. And they had a book, a magazine, and it had a story in there called The Secrets. Is it The Secret of Mali? Okay? So now what I found out was the University of Timbuktu. See, you gotta remember now, when the Moors were in Spain, they taught the Spanish people. Is that agreed upon? And that they had many hundreds of manuscripts that they taught all different subjects to the Spanish people. And those manuscripts that they taught all, they brought with them in Mali, fleeing the the Spanish and Roman Inquisition. Those manuscripts and the Moors while in Mali were houses over there. And in those houses, they taught other Africans different subjects from those manuscripts. So the manuscripts that they were teaching out of is called the University of Timbuktu. Took me 27 years to find that. That's the University of Timbuktu. And then they made their way from Mali, some of them, into Easter Island, where those mega Alfred Stone image that you find over there in Easter Island, which was African faces carved in stone. And then they made their way into Africa. And that's where they met the indigenous Indian that's on the, that later on when the Europeans got over here, they put them on the reservation. That's history I'm talking. I'm not talking about he said, she said, they said. Nothing like that. I'm talking history, it's a puzzle. Well, history I gave you. I gave you another puzzle.
Can I ask you? I'm sorry.
That. It's very simple. So no, we're not the indigenous people over here. The American Indian who's on the reservation today, he is the indigenous Indian. If you say no, then where did he come from?
Well, let me ask you this question, Dr. Williams, because like I said, like I'm going to say to the chat and myself and anybody who doesn't agree, we can agree to disagree. But let me ask you this question, please. So you don't accept the theory that the dark man is the first man of every race all over the planet?
Hell no. You can't prove that. You know why you can't prove that?
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't know how you got here on earth as a human being. If you can tell me how you got here as a human being on earth, then I'll agree to that. But if you can't tell me how you got here, or how no human can tell you how they got here as a human being.
Except through their parents, but okay.
Yeah. No, wait a minute. It's you, the human being.
Okay.
Your parents can tell you all kinds of stuff. But and what conscious memory in your mind that you found yourself here on planet Earth? So you told me at 2 years old. Is that correct? Freedom, is that correct? She was going to sleep. Are we cut off?
I have a question. So does human life originate out of Africa?
No. Civilization originated out of Africa. Civilization did. No, you can't say human originated out of Africa because you don't know how you got here. Okay? I ask you the same question. At what age did you consciously find yourself here on planet Earth? What age were you when you found yourself here consciously?
I would say between 3 or 4.
Okay, so for between 3 and 4, you have no conscious memory of yourself. Is that right?
Yeah, before then, I just have stories from other people.
Forget that story from other people. I say you.
Yeah, I said 3 and 4 because before 3 and 4, I only have stories from other people.
I told you, forget the stories from other people. I told you that. Set that aside. That's where the confusion come in. I say you, as an individual human.
Yes, I'm answering Dr. Walter Williams. So the answer is 3 and 4.
Between 3 and 4, so from 0 to 3 and 4 years old, you have no conscious memory of yourself being here on Earth. Is that right?
Right.
Yeah.
From 0 to 3, there was no conscious memory for myself.
Okay, thank you. And you found yourself living in a certain geographical land area on Earth, right?
Right.
Where was that land area located?
America. Or the United States of
Land
America.
area in America. Where in America?
Texas.
In Texas. What part of Texas?
Fort Worth, Texas.
Fort Worth, Texas. You found yourself at 3 or 4 years old consciously in Fort Worth, Texas, geographically. And you found yourself belonging to a certain race of people called Negroes at the time. Is that correct?
Yes.
We were black by that time, but yes.
That's Negro. Negro and black is one synonymous. I told you that. Synonymous. So you find yourself from at 3 or 4 years old, consciously, as a human being. You find yourself geographically as a human being in Fort Worth, Texas. And you find yourself going to an African race of people called Negroes and Black, which is Negro and Black is synonymous. Okay. Is that understood?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Now listen to this now. The people, the Chinese that's in China today, they cannot tell you how they got into China as a Chinese. They found themselves in China as a Chinese. The people living in India today, they can't tell you how they got into India. They found themselves as an Indian in India as today, as an Indian people. The Europeans can't tell you how they got into Europe as a European. They found themselves in Europe as a European. The same way you found yourself. The Africans of Africa can't tell you how they got in Africa as the Africans. They found themselves there. See? So you cannot say the first people on earth were Africans. You can't say that. But you don't know how you got here. You found yourself here.
I agree
That's
with
my
you.
answer, my sister.
I agree with you because I always said I don't believe that all them other races came from us.
No.
That's I've never believed that.
It don't make sense.
Don't make no sense. But
use your analytical mind and stop letting people put foolishness in your mind. When you hear something that don't fit right with you, your gut feeling will tell you this not feeling good. Don't sit right with me. Something wrong with you. Okay? You need to know something about your personal anatomy. You need to know something about your pineal gland. Very important that you know that. And one day I'll teach it to you. Unless you want me to teach it now.
go ahead. We got a few more minutes.
But it's going to take more than a few more minutes now.
Oh, well, then let's just ask a question that's not going to take that long then. Because we do appreciate. I said, well, let's just ask a question that's not going to take that long.
Are you recording this?
Everything is being recorded.
Okay. Go ahead.
Let me see. Dulce, you got another question?
Did I answer a question?
He said, did you answer the question? Did he answer your question, Dulcie? Dulcinea?
Huh?
No. I don't know. She might have said, but yes, you answered her question.
She said, I want to know, did I answer her question?
She said yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. You have so much information. Let me see what my next question can be. Okay. How many African ancestors can Africans trace to over here to the Americas? That is a good question. That's a good question. Can the Africans trace any of their ancestors to over here on this land in America?
I have no idea.
Can Americans trace any of their ancestors over there in Africa?
When was America consummated?
Say it again.
When was America? When did it become America? When was it consummated?
I'm not sure. I'm when it became America, I will have to look that up, and I can't because.
Very simple. It was the American Revolution.
Okay.
1472. I mean 1772. That's when America became America.
Okay. But see,
During the war between the British, George Washington, and that group.
okay.
Called the American Revolution.
You do know that that's always going to be a question. That's why I made sure I stated before about it's been so many thousands of years, because it's almost impossible to trace. I'm not going to say it's impossible, so I hope everybody in the chat heard me say it's almost impossible to trace your ancestors, your family in Africa. And it's almost impossible for them to trace their family here in America, unless we recently got married to somebody that was African and stuff like that. But I'm talking about from far back. That's why it's always that question about the people that were already of dark hue on these lands. But let me see. Somebody got another question. Mm-hmm.
You still refuse to accept.
I didn't say I refuse.
You freedom still refuse to accept that she is a descendant of the ancient Egyptians. Forget about all this other foolishness. Means nothing.
I never said that.
Do you accept that you're a descendant of ancient Egyptians?
Yes, I have no problem in accepting that. None at all. Okay, I'm not talking about me or what I accept. I'm talking about, I'm reading and I'm telling you what people are arguing about throughout the YouTube family. It has nothing to do with me.
I'm telling you now, they're arguing because they don't know who they are. They don't know nothing about their ancestors. They're the ancient Egyptians. Other than that wouldn't be the argument. They don't understand about this DNA stuff that he's telling you. Okay? They're telling the people. They don't want you near ancient Egypt. It's too much power to give to one group of people, African people. You tell me these Africans built a great pyramid? And I walk around every day. You walk around every day, including me, every day in a pocketbooks, wallets, and purses of the dollar bill. On the back of that dollar bill is a picture of the pyramid, the greatest monument that's ever been built by man. And the seal of America is that eagle. That's the eye of heart. I mean, that's the eagle of hearts of the Horaktat. They don't know that. They've been torn away from that. I keep telling you that. But you will not accept that you are a descendant of ancient Egyptians.
When he says you, he's talking about in general, y'all, he's not talking about me personally. But okay. I'm again speaking in general of what the arguments are on YouTube but what I can do, Dr. Williams, is bring you back, like I stated earlier, on the channel whenever you got some time, and I'll have a few brothers, and even if I can, a sister or two, to come on and explain to you why they feel as though how they feel, so they can express it to you and y'all can speak respectfully on this situation. Make sense?
That's okay.
Okay. Oh well, so this is.
You want to start a Netflix show?
No, I already have. We already have a show in the evening that's similar, so we trying to do it different on this one. This is the first day that that Wake Up with Unscrambled Minds. You're the first guest on Wake Up with Unscrambled Minds. So this is an interview channel. So this is where there's no form of that. Trying to keep that from it. It can get certain when you ask people to, it can get that way, but we're going to try not to do that.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is see if I can get a couple of the brothers and sisters that do not agree with you to come on and have a conversation with you, like I said, respectfully. And
what are they disagreeing with me about?
Say it again.
What are the brothers be disagreeing with me about? What are they disagreeing with me about?
I'm sorry if somehow it's coming off a little.
I'm saying, what would the brothers be disagreeing with me about?
Okay. For one, they do. I don't know. There's an echo. They disagree with coming from Africa. They state that they were already on these lands, and they're going to probably ask you about it. That they are the original people on these lands. They are original to this land. Okay. Let me see what else. It's I'm gonna let them ask you the questions. It's just I'm gonna let them ask you. It's only fair. I don't want to speak for anybody else. I've done my genealogy all the way back to the 1600s, and my family was on these lands. Now, prior to 1600s, but
You're talking individuals. I'm not talking to individual. I keep telling you that.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm just gonna let them come. I don't want to.
You will not accept that you are a descendant of the greatest people that ever walked.
I never said that, Dr. Waterman. Please stop saying that. I said prior to that, I'm not sure. I don't know. So we probably can't. I'm not saying that we didn't come. We're not ancient Egyptians.
What I'm saying is true that you refuse to accept that.
Okay.
I don't know. You keep telling me that you don't know, and I keep telling you that you are. We are.
Okay, that's fine. I don't want to say anything that may sound like I'm arguing or not agreeing with you. That is definitely not what I'm trying to do at all. So please, I'm sorry if it came off misunderstanding. But I do want to have a couple people come on and explain to you why they feel the way that they do.
And you'll be one of those people.
I'm not. I don't mind being on the panel, but I refuse to get into a argument or a disagreement with you. I don't want to do that. I don't. Me and you have been arguing for over 10 years.
Or more.
Or more, yeah. Oh my God, yeah, more. Gosh, I don't want to think it's been that long. But it has, I guess. It's been that long for, gosh, me, you. Whoa, I'm getting old. Professor Small, Sidetta, all y'all. Ooh, good gracious. Deefy, everybody. I've been knowing people for God, Lord. But okay, so I'm not going to hold you any longer unless someone in the chat wants to come up, ask Dr. Williams a question. Have no problem with that if they want to. Do anyone want to come on at this given time and ask Dr. Walter Williams a question, or you can let one of us know that you would like to be one of the panelists to come on and ask him a question the next time he's on, which will be sometime in the week, I hope. Dulcie or Niche, do y'all have any more questions y'all would like to ask Dr. Walter Williams?
So basically, Dr. Williams, you're saying that the only indigenous people to America, the United States, are the Indians that's on the reservation. Period.
That's on the reservation today as I speak. My question is, to anybody, is where, if they're not the indigenous people that's on the reservation called the Indians, who are they and where do they come from?
Right.
They're not. And you cannot be indigenous in two places. You can say Africa. Africans cannot be indigenous in two places. You got to have a geographical land area in Africa where you came from, or you can't be indigenous in America.
Okay, so all dark skinned or melanated people are from Africa, in your mind.
We're not talking about melanin.
Okay, that's why I changed it. Dark.
Melanin is the subject.
Okay, so what would you call us? Black? How would you define us?
Describe who?
You said you're not talking about melanin, Dr. Williams. So what you're saying is the people are, so what you're saying is the people that were originally on these lands could have been as dark as we are.
Of course, blacker. I got pictures in my book showing the ancient Egyptians black.
That's where the confusion is going to come in. That's where the confusion is going to come in. I can't wait till this next round, because that's where the confusion is going to come in right there.
Right.
The ancient Egyptians were black people. I got pictures of them.
Right, but we're talking about the people that was on these lands.
I got pictures in my book, in the pictorial section of my book, showing how black they were.
We're not talking about them. We're talking about the original people to these lands. You said that it was the people that's in the reservations now. And we're saying, are you saying that people of dark hue was not on these lands prior to the Moors coming over? You understand?
They were already here before the Moors.
Okay, so I'm asking you. I know that's what you said. I know that's what you said, but we're asking you, were they as dark as you and me? Well, you ain't that dark, but are they dark?
I can't just tell you that. They were Africans, all I can say.
Oh, wow. Okay. You get what he's saying, Nisha?
Yeah, so he is saying, but he just saying not melanated, because there's melanated people all over the world. But he is saying the people that look like you and me, we first came as from Africa. I don't know if he's saying the Moors, because he said the Egyptians. So you're saying all the pyramids that are in the Americas came from the Egyptians, right? The ancient Egyptians.
What are you saying? I can't hear you. Breaking up.
You said that all the pyramids that are in like South America, Peru, Mexico, they're coming from the ancient Egyptians?
There's only one race of people that build pyramids. That's the people in Africa known as ancient Egyptians. They built a great pyramid. These other pyramids, you don't know how they got there or where they come from. And no history of them. You have any history of them? Tell me about it. Be glad to listen. You're confused. I'm trying to unravel all this confusion out here in your mind.
Well, I'm confused, sir.
Yeah, I'm confused about what you just said. So are you saying that all the pyramids everywhere else, there's no history of them? So the only history we have are the pyramids in Egypt?
When did the pyramid of ancient Egypt, when did the ancient Egyptians build the Great Pyramid? What year?
I don't think anybody knows that.
I think it just depends on which one we're talking about, but I think it would be in the 2100 BCE.
What year? When was the Great Pyramid built?
Is this the oldest one of Khufu's pyramid? That's the oldest pyramid, right?
No, I said when the Great Pyramid. What year was the Great Pyramid built?
What is the greatest pyramid, she's asking? What is it? Which one?
Look at your dollar bill and see the monument.
He's talking about Giza. He's talking about the Great Pyramid of Giza, and it is the Khufu, and it was constructed. Sorry, I was off. Not 2100, but 2570 BC.
That's what white folks said. Now listen to this. The ancient Egyptians did not write a history of themselves. You accept that?
Yes, I do.
And how can you say that that's Khufu? Ancient Egyptians said that was Khufu? Or Menkaure?
Facts. I agree.
They said that. When Howard Carter found a tomb in 1922 that is called the tomb of Tutankhamun, he came out and announced to the world that I have found the tomb of King Tutankhamun. But inside that tomb that he found of Tutankhamun said nothing that this was Tutankhamun's tomb. They named that. Ancient Egyptians did not write in history themselves. They said that was Tutankhamun. So don't tell me about no Khufu, Nankari, or Khafre.
That's why I said we would never know.
I've heard all those stories.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Well,
you think of a pyramid, who built it? What year? And you don't know what they talk about. If you go to the place where they talk about, you may not find a pyramid there. You may not find nothing. It's something that they conjured up. Don't follow Walter Williams. Follow my teaching. The words that come out of my mouth. Because I'm not going to let nobody bring. I heard, let me tell you this. Dr. John Henry Clark came to Chicago one day to give a speech at Kennedy King College. When he stepped on the podium, up to the microphone, he says, we cannot allow anybody, no matter who they are and how much you like them, to bring misinformation into our African community. I'm not going to let nobody bring no misinformation in here. No, you got to come past Walter Williams. I'm not going to let you bring no misinformation or no BS and feed it to our African. That's the reason why we're confused. Our people are confused today.
So, well, we're still a little confused because I get it. You're saying we don't know when the greatest pyramid was actually built, but we know there's pyramids all over the world. So what we're saying is, are you saying one civilization did all the pyramids all over the world?
I said that.
Okay, so then that would mean that ancient Egyptians were here a long time ago.
yeah, that's what he's saying. That's what he's saying.
So what now?
No,
that would mean that ancient Egyptians were here in the Americas a long time ago.
Thousands of years.
Oh yeah, tell me about it.
Well, that's what you stated, Dr. Williams. You said
that's the only
these
way
are
for the
the
pyramids
Negroes.
to be constructed by the ancient Egyptians, or
Yeah,
we would have to
there's
say
pyramids
the
here.
indigenous Americans are the ones that constructed the pyramids.
You said we went from ancient Egyptians to Negroes. You said that was the name of the book, and you agree with it. And then I asked you, so are you saying that we are the ancient? Okay.
024 in this book.
Huh?
You talking about 024?
Yeah, that's what you. Yeah, that's you. That was the book that you quoted. So.
Okay, but I didn't give you no date.
I didn't ask you about no date. I didn't say anything about a date.
I said this is what he said in his book. God was a Negro that was published in 1939. He said the Negroes, he said that the ancient Egyptian vanished and the Negro appeared.
Okay.
That's all I said.
Okay, I'm fine with that. That's fine.
But what are you saying now?
So all what she asked was all the different pyramids that are around the world, because you said ain't nobody built none but the ancient Egyptians. So she's saying
name all the pyramids around the world.
Let me finish my question, Dr. Walter Williams, please. And then she said, are you saying that all the pyramids that are different places, I'm gonna say different places, because there are pyramids in Mexico, there's where else, Dulcie? There's a lot of pyramids, different places.
There's pyramids in Peru. The Corral pyramid is in Peru. There's the Sun pyramid that's in Mexico, as well as one in Cozumel. So there's there's a few
I thought they said that was
pyramids in actually Cozumel. I think there's a moon pyramid as well out in Mexico. So I'm asking who built those pyramids.
What she said?
She's trying to ask you, since you're saying that the ancient Egyptians were the only ones who built pyramids, and there's pyramids different places other than Egypt. Are you saying that those ancient Egypt people built all of the pyramids in different places?
No, I didn't say that.
She's asking you, are you saying it?
I said there's only one race of people that know how to build pyramids.
And you, okay, so are you saying that they're Africans or ancient Egyptians?
Of course, that's where civilization started from. That's where the Great Pyramid is in Africa. Okay.
Okay, so all of the pyramids that are even in Mexico, Peru, different wherever they are, the Africans or the ancient Egyptians built them.
I just said that.
I'm asking you.
I can only say that the Mayan pyramids.
Right. So the Mayans built it, and you're saying they got their information or how to build it from Africans, maybe? Or well, that's what we're confused on. Are the Mayans Egyptians, or were they just studied under the Egyptians, or what you're saying?
I'm not saying anything. How do you know? I've been to the Mayan pyramids in Mexico. They're not pyramids. It's just your rocks. That's all they are. I've been there. I've walked up on them. Been there. Studied them. Well, no pyramid.
You're saying they're not pyramids because they're step pyramids? They're just rocks? Because aren't the Egypt pyramids rocks as well that are constructed into a form?
The Great Pyramid is made of bricks and mortar and stone. Okay? It went from the ground up to 490 feet high. Without any cranes or anything. In order to build anything, you have to know mathematics. Did the Mexicans know mathematics? No.
Yeah, they would have to build those step pyramids.
What mathematics came out of Mexico?
The Mayans had their own mathematics and calendar, but so for them to build the step pyramids, as far as it, you're saying it was the Mayans that built the step pyramids, correct?
Mayans? How? What formula? They couldn't. The Mayans had no alphabet. So
then who built those step pyramids?
They had no math. They knew no mathematics. Mathematics. What mathematics did they practice over in Mexico? What alphabet did they write with over in Mexico?
So then how did the pyramids get there? You're saying that the Mayans didn't have the technology, but then you're also saying that the Egyptians didn't build them. But they're not just rock. It's not just formulated rock that came from the sky.
The Mayan pyramid.
Huh? I'm sorry?
Have you been to Mexico to see those Mayan pyramids?
No, I've only known people that have gone to see it.
Okay, now you know another person, Walter Williams. I've been there. Me and my wife been there.
Well, are you saying that man didn't construct them?
Yeah, that's all my next question.
I don't know that. I don't know who and how they got it. But they only discombobulated, disjointed slabs of rocks. That's it. That's not a pyramid.
Okay.
I've been there. So if you don't want to take my word for it.
No. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. So, Madden Kemet. We have some
Madan Kemet.
Okay. Madan Kemet. Okay. He just hit the panel.
Peace.
Peace.
Peace, Dr. Walter William. It's a blessing to be in your presence and listening, brother.
His name
I
is
just got one.
wait a minute. His name is Madon Kemet.
Madon Kemet, okay.
Okay.
Peace, Dr. Walter William. It's a blessing. I just wanted to ask you. I heard you long time ago speak on the Melkite Coptic Egyptians. Are the Melkite Coptic Egyptians? Are the Moor? I mean, let me rephrase it. Are the Moors descendants of the Melkite Coptic Egyptians?
The Moors or the Melkite?
He said, are they descendants of the Melkite Coptic Egyptians?
Of course.
He said yes.
Okay, because I remember you saying that, I don't know, it was about 15, almost 20 years ago, and I never heard you just elaborate on it. I never heard you just break it all the way down, and that's what I was wondering.
I broke down where the Moors came from and who was the Moor and what year it came about to be a Moor.
Some people came in late, Dr. Williams, so he might have missed it, and because it's live, I can't take it back because it's not, you know what I mean? So he might didn't hear. If you could briefly tell him where the Moor, in other words, what you're trying to find out, Madonna is the Moors Egyptian, right?
Oh, no. I'm trying to figure out how the name change came about. How did they go from Melkite Coptic Egyptian to Moors?
Oh, that's something that undone people is calling them people because they scared.
He wants to know what?
He wants to know, how did they go from being ancient Egyptian to Moors? How did the name Moor, even though you know that's how we say it in America, but how they ended up with the name Moor?
Well, I'll explain this.
Huh?
I'll explain this 3 times now.
Well, he just came on there.
Let me go back and explain it to you again. How the name Moor came about and who it was applied to. Now I want you to listen carefully. In 1091, see, as a historian, I had to give time, people, places, and events and put dates to them. So in 1091, the Spanish uncivilized people asked ASK, our ancestors, the ancient Egyptians, to come to Spain and bring civilization to the uncivilized Spanish-speaking people. 1091. Our ancestors agreed to do this. And mind you, Egypt extended not only in the country that we know as Egypt today, but extended into Libya, west of Egypt today, Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, and another country. I'm escaping my memory. Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, Mauritania. That's it. Mauritania does not face the Mediterranean. It faces the Atlantic Ocean. The other 5 countries faces the Mediterranean. So our ancestors, the ancient Egyptians, used the country called Morocco because they have a land extension that extends more out into the Mediterranean, and it's called the Strait of Gibraltar. That Strait of Gibraltar extends land more so into the Mediterranean than shores of Spain. Once our ancestors reached Spain, the Spanish people called them black or Moors, which is a nickname. And Moor and Negro is synonymous. So when you call a person black, you call him a Negro. Call him a Negro, you call him black. See? So that's how they got to be Moors. That's where the name Moor came from.
I appreciate that, Doctor. I got one more question. The boats were the boats of the ancient Egyptians able to travel the seas?
Yes, he said yes. He said thank you, and yes, you answered the question.
Okay.
And I got one more question. Were the boats of the ancient Egyptians able to travel the oceans?
You're taking that from me. Go ahead.
I was asking, were the boats of the ancient Egyptians able to travel the oceans or the sea?
What is your question, Peter?
He said were the boats of ancient Egyptians well enough, good enough, strong enough to travel the oceans?
They're the first people that brought civilization in the world. That includes boats. Yes, they had boats. Okay. So they know how to navigate in those boats. I got pictures of them in boats in my home right here now as I speak. So yes, they had boats, and they could travel. They travel up and down the Nile River, they travel anywhere they want to travel. So does that answer your question?
Well, it kind of, but I was wondering, like I've seen the boats, but I was wondering, do you think they was capable of being able to travel the ocean, like Columbus or anybody else that had boats?
Well, what's that question again?
He said he's wondering, were they able to travel like from, I guess with like Christopher Columbus, and people bring what answer your question again, Madonna.
Okay, what do he think? Do he think those boats were built well enough to travel across different oceans? Were they that quality? I mean, did they have that kind of quality to travel in those type of boats? Were those boats mathematically designed well enough to travel the ocean?
That's kind of what I just asked, but yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, see, I know they travel the Nile River. Okay, up and down the Nile. They built boats. The very first concept of boat building came from the ancient Egyptians.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they travel around the world. Okay? I would say yes and no. They travel around the world and meet other people on Earth, other indigenous people. I would say maybe. I said maybe with a question mark because if they did, they took their culture of the people that they visited and enhanced their culture with a higher culture. So I don't see no evidence of other people having a higher culture than ancient Egyptians.
It almost seems like that was a complete different time. Like we went backwards. Well, but let me say this. When he's asking about the boats, Dr. Williams, so you know that they had boats where supposedly they brought like 500 slaves at one time. I just think it must, I guess the Europeans had boats where they went over into Africa and brung over 500 people at a time and stuff like that.
That I don't believe. Go ahead.
Okay, we'll get into that in just a minute. Dulcie, are you on there?
Yeah, I'm
Dulcie?
still here.
Okay. So the boats that the ancient Egyptian had from the pictures I seen, I like the boats.
Ancient Egyptians didn't have any boats. The boats that were the Phoenicians. The Phoenicians had the boats and traveled for the ancient Egyptians. We know had the Pashette. I can't say her name right now, or the queen. She actually would fund the Phoenicians to travel.
Take it up on me. What's your question?
Say it again, Dulcie, so he can hear you.
Oh, no. I just said as far as to you. I didn't have a question.
Oh, okay. No, she said that the ancient Egyptians didn't have any boats. That the Phoenicians had the boats, and they did, I guess, different situations for the Egyptians.
There's never been no Phoenician. The word Phoenician is a biblical name.
Oh, he said there never been any Phoenicians. That the
That's
word
true.
Phoenician.
That is, the word Phoenician is a name that was given to him, but we know the so-called Phoenicians are not Egyptians.
And she said that that's true.
That definition is a really race because it's a biblical name. It means you color purple. Has nothing to do with humanity. Don't use the Bible to prove anything from mythology. That's all you can prove it with. Take the Bible. It's full of mythology. You get a book. You don't believe what I'm saying. Called the Dictionary of the Bible by John L. Mackenzie, S.J. S.J. means Society of Jesus. In his book, you look up Phoenician. And he tell you about Phoenician. It's a biblical name. Don't fall for that. Stay away from that. And if you want to, you stay away from it. If you don't, then hold on to it, but don't bring it to me.
Okay, she said you was correct about that, Dr. Williams. She did say that. But so now let me skip it for a second. You said you don't believe that they brung over hundreds of African slaves. Why don't you believe? Huh?
They ain't going over here.
You don't believe that?
They was all on top of each other, urinating on each other, shitting all over each other.
Mm-hmm.
Shitting on each other and stuff like that. And the ones that died, they threw them overboard. No. You got to remember the slave trade. The more Africans you bring from Africa over here, the more money that's your product that you bring over here to sell. And you can have the bruised product to sell. You got to have solid people to put into slavery. There was nothing. So I don't believe that story.
So you don't believe when they say that millions of Africans was brought over here on the slave ships? Because I'm gonna be honest with you, Dr. Walton Williams, I done got told off about 3 or 4 times now because I asked them, how did they feed all them hundreds of people? What water did they drink, and where did they use the facilities to use the bathroom? And I done got told off, hollered at, all kinds of stuff because me and Dulcinea. You know what I'm saying? So
you know what you did, freedom? You use your analytical mind to begin to think. So now this doesn't make sense. I want to Williams get this thinking on the same line as you were thinking on the street. I said, no, I don't believe that. Like you said, how do they get fed? Where do they use the bathroom? You know.
And why didn't everybody on the trip get sick? Because like you said, they would have had to be in good shape in order to be sold.
Right. When you're a farmer and you're farming your goods, like you you growing cucumbers, or tomatoes, corn, or whatever the case might be. You can't sell your product if it's damaged. You can't come to town and sell your products to people who will buy your products in the city. They don't want no damaged goods.
Facts. So
on the same line that Walter Williams started off.
Okay, so I also asked them, why would they need to go over into Africa so many times to get so many people when it was already dark-skinned people and people they could have enslaved that was already on this land? So why would they need to go over there to get so many people? I mean, I've gotten all kind of that they did better work. These people over here could have hid different places where they couldn't catch them. I mean, I didn't hear so many different things, but my question was, why didn't they just, since they came over here, why didn't they just enslave the people that was already on these lands?
See, another thing, well, you're right. The Indians, yeah, they said all the Indians, they refused to be slaves and all that kind of stuff. But anyway, you hear a lot of different stories about it. But now, so you got your thing. Like I said, this is something you need to think about. All Africans living in America were not slaves. To prove what I'm saying, have you ever seen the movie 12 Years a Slave? You ever seen that movie 12 Years a Slave?
I actually did not see the movie. I'm not quite sure someone on the panel did, but I actually did not.
Okay, now, you had over 500,000 Africans living in America that were not enslaved over here. 12 years enslaved will say that. Will tell you that. This man, who was a free man living in New York, a music teacher, had a wife and 2 children, free. He met with 2 white men who drugged him in their meeting with him. They took him while he was drugged, and it took him down south and put him on a plantation and made a slave out of him. And for 12 years, he was a slave until someone from the north, you had to see the movie because anyway, the bottom line, someone from the north, after 12 years of him being a slave, took him back to New York and freed him. So all Africans born in America were not enslaved. So that's something to think about.
So I'm going.
500,000 Africans living in this country that were free men and women. Only in the slave states that the Africans got to be slaves. Okay? Illinois was not a slave state. New York was not a slave state. Even the Roman Catholic Church had slaves on their plantation. In a slave plantation, the Roman Catholic Church. So, one should go back and think. Now, this is have a local mind and try to get some more information. Be with history. History, again, like I said, is the only discipline that will give you the puzzle as to what happened to us as a people.
I'm going to ask you another question, Dr. Williams. So are you saying that you do believe in the Atlantic slave trade, right?
The Atlantic slave trade, yeah, I'll put it like this. What year are you talking about?
From what? The 1600s to the 1800s? They said millions was brought over the Atlantic Oceans over here.
1619?
Yeah.
Yeah, that happened. That's part of history.
Okay.
That's how they eradicated and erased the Moors from history. As I told you before.
Uh-huh.
That's how they got rid of the Moors.
No. I don't want to get too far. So you saying that the slave trade took place, but you don't believe that it was as many people as has been recorded in history?
No, I don't believe that.
Okay.
I told you why.
Yeah.
You got to have you're selling something on the slave market. You got to have a good product to sell. You can't have no damaged product. You got to have no people that came out of bushes or whatever the case might be that were uncivilized. You can't have no uncivilized people over here as slaves working in these plantations, cooking the meals and taking care of children and all that kind of stuff like that. You can't have that. So a slave is only worth their condition.
I agree.
Okay, so that's my answer. So,
Okay. I have to say on that note, I agree with that. Do you agree with that, Dulcinea? Dulcie, you there?
No, I'm confused.
Okay. Well, okay. He's saying that he don't believe that it was that many people that came over and on this the as
But
many
who were
millions.
they? So is he saying then the Native Americans that are in reservations, they were the ones that were mostly enslaved?
You hear that question, Dr. Williams?
what did you say? He said.
She said, "Are you saying then if it wasn't that many people came over in on the slave boats, that the people that were on these lands were the people that they were enslaving that's in the plantation? What do you say, Dulcie, in the and on the reservations now?
Yeah, the people in the reservations, were they the slaves or because I'm confused of all the talking points so far. So if the Egyptians, are you saying the Egyptians were here and they were the ones enslaved, or are you saying the Native American and reservations are the main ones enslaved?
Did you understand what I said? I said the people, the Africans caught up in the slave states in America, enslaved. You did not.
Your phone broke up. Dr. Williams, say it again.
I said the Africans who were in the slave states in America were enslaved on plantations. But if you lived in a state that were not a slave state, such as New York, Illinois, places like that, those were not slave states.
Right, I get that point. I don't get who the people are. You're calling them Africans, and you're saying as well they didn't come on boats from Africa. So who are they and how they get here?
Some of them did. You're missing my point. I said that earlier in my conversation. That the ones that they brought from Africa they were intelligent people. They know how to read and write. They know how to cook. They were civilized people. They're the ones that were brought here from Africa to be made slaves.
Okay, so they were brought here on the boats, like over the Atlantic Ocean. They were brought here on boats to become slaves, right?
They came over here by way of the slave trade of 1619 on boats.
Exactly. So they weren't already here. They were in Africa and they were brought here.
And what now?
She said they are you saying they were not already here? They were brought over on the slave boats from Africa.
They were already here. The Negro was already here. He had been here since The one that you're talking about, when you deal with the subject of slavery, you talk about 1492 on the ship that belonged to Ferdinand and Isabella. He sent and got those Africans out of Spain and out of the Vatican.
Okay.
And they sent them, some of them here, okay, over in this hemisphere in 1492. For 127 years, they created a civilization over here in America.
Okay, now I think I'm more understanding. So you're saying they were the Moors of Spain, and they were brought over here, and then that's when they became. You were saying they're the Moors of Spain?
Go ahead. Just let him talk real quick, Dulcie, because you're just gonna mess him up. Go ahead.
Again, I'm gonna tell you if they talk again, I'm gonna stop. Forget it.
She's only trying to understand.
Okay, goodbye.
Why are you getting upset, Dr. Williams?
Because you keep talking about us at a talk.
Okay.
I don't like that. You cut my thoughts off. Because people can't understand what I'm saying. Wait till I get you talking. I'll say, okay, I'll send it back to you, Sister Freedom. Then you can talk. And I'll shut up. I explained it to you before I came on. We can sing together, but we cannot talk together. For the people, that was that they brought over here in 1619, and it's called the Atlantic Slave Trade in 1619. They were intelligent, well educated, could read and write, Africans. They were put on the slave trade block and were sold as slaves. Okay? And that I told you how they got rid of the Moors in Spain and in the Vatican. So now it was time to get rid of the Moors now. They don't want the world to know that the Moors was over here setting up civilization for 127 years before the slave trade. So what they did, I'm repeating, but again, what they did is that they put the Africans brought over here on the slave trade in 1619, and the Moors are the one umbrella, and they call them both Negroes. The word Negro and black is synonymous. So that's how they eradicated that. That's my answer.
I have a question, Dr. Williams. Again, this is Dots again. I have another one for you. You know, a lot of times, like, you know, when our elders put in a lot of work or what have you, and then there comes a time to where maybe they're in retirement or they have transitioned on, but you know, a lot of their work obviously and what they've put in is still there. But it seems like when they either transition or retire or what have you, there's no like a successorship in a way, right? So with everything that you've done and all the, you know, just all the information and stuff that you have shared over decades and decades, you know, do you see any progress? Would you say that there's been progress that has been made with this type of information? And then do you know someone or do you have someone in mind that we should pay more attention to, that you feel confident enough to sort of pass the baton down?
A book is going to put a new book coming out and pass the baton down. Okay? I'm trying to unravel all this confusion out here. If you will listen to me I don't have all the answers. I don't know everything. I keep telling you that. I try to know as much as I can about my subject. It's going to take a historian to get us out of this dilemma. It's going to take a historian to put all the pieces of the puzzle together. Stop this confusion. It's confusion out here. Follow my words, not Walter. Don't follow Walter Williams. Because if you follow me, I'm going to allow that. Because I don't want no followers. You know, people to follow me, I'll take your humanity away from you. You're just as great as Walter Williams. You're not greater than Walter Williams. Walter Williams is the greatest thing. Oh, but I'm not greater than you. I only know one person. That person never existed. That's the greatest person on earth. That's a person that got his own private air. A-I-R. If you have your own private air, you're a great person. And nobody can breathe it but you. Now you're greater than everybody. If you try to suck on his air to live, like you and I are doing, then I'm not greater than you, and you're not greater than me. But you are the greatest person in your humanity of thinking. I'm the greatest person in my humanity of thinking. That's very fair.
Well, we want to thank you, Dr. Williams, for spending time with us today. And like I said, I will be calling you to set up the time for you and a couple of the other brothers and sisters to come on, and so they can tell you why they feel the way they feel, and you can talk with them.
Did anybody learn anything from how long I've been on this program?
I think 3 hours, 3 or 4 hours, but yes, we learned a hell of a lot.
Okay, wait a minute, let me see. You started
11 o'clock my time, I think.
Huh?
I think we started 11 o'clock my time.
Okay, it was 10 o'clock. You called me at 9 o'clock in the morning. It was a quarter to 9. You called me.
Okay.
We took all that time. But did anybody learn anything different? Did I add something different to your thinking, to your knowledge?
You did to mine. He's asking, did everybody in the chat learn something from Dr. Walter Williams today? Push a 1 if you did.
I learned that we still don't know. We still don't know.
Come on now. Yes, we learned a lot from you, Dr. Walter Williams. We learned a lot. Yes, I got people in the chat saying, yes, they learned a lot from you.
Good. That's my purpose of studying. And all this comes from my head now. All of this comes out of my mind. I have no notes. I'm 92 years old. I'll be 93 in 8 months from now. I'll be 93. So therefore, everything you hear me speak came from my head, my memory.
Well, we appreciate you.
Sure do. We sure do.
I love to have you on.
Yes.
Yes.
You get us to thinking, that's for sure. We said we love to have you on, and you put our thinking caps on to try to rethink some of this stuff. That's for sure.
All right. Right. Okay.
Thank you again, and we'll be calling you soon to have you come on so you can speak with the other brothers and sisters that had questions for you that are probably at work right now or at church or wherever they are. But we're going to set it up.
Okay.
All right.
You gotta let me know.
I'll let you know ahead of time.
Right. And you said this is recorded, right?
Yes, it is. And what I'm going to do is make sure you get the information. I'll be calling you back later on today.
And I'll tell you when it's send this tape to?
Oh, okay. It's on YouTube, so I don't know how to. It's not a tape. It's on YouTube. It's live.
You know how to download it, huh?
Oh yeah, I can download it. Yes.
Okay, then I can tell you where to send it.
Okay. Well, I'll call you later on and get that information.
If you don't call me the day to get that information, don't call me no more.
Dr. Walter Williams, why are you doing that online? You know our fusses and stuff in between us. Why you keep on doing it online? I've been trying not to fuss back with you. You better stop fussing with me.
Call me as you promised, okay?
I am. I promise you.
Okay. Thank you.
Matter of fact, I can put the information. Dustin, if I put it in back chat, will it stay there or?
We'll talk about it when you call me.
Okay. No problem.
Okay. And we're going to say,
Well, it would stay there, but I don't know what you mean by the information. We'll make sure we get it to him, whatever information he needs.
Yeah. Okay. I'll call you and get the information.
Okay, may I hotep, y'all?
May I hotep.
Thank you, sir.
Amen. Bye, Dr. Williams. My phone. I'm sorry. My phone. You didn't hang up, but give me a chance to hang up. My phone be acting wooey when somebody's on it. Ooh, what is it? Okay. Hopefully everybody enjoyed that. A lot of information.
Throw away all my history books. No.
I mean, but we can agree to disagree on some of the things, right? I mean,
no. I mean, I can't agree to disagree on things I don't understand. So I literally am in confusion.
Me too, but it's like you were double talking a little bit, like you stated, and I'm just.
So I left.
But wait a minute, I don't know what he said. Wait a minute, I don't know if we should be saying anything.
Well, no, clarify this for me right now. Is he saying that the slave ships weren't as many because the Moors in Spain are the ones that were brought here as slaves?
No, what he's saying is he don't believe that the slave ships were as many as has been recorded in history for the same reason I said it. How could they have fed them? Where they used to bear from?
But he said the people are African. So where did they come from?
But then he stated that where my confusion came. Wait a minute. Do you want to start up a new stream? Because I don't want certain things. If he wants
we can talk about it later, or we
can talk about it. Let's do that. We will come back on later on if we get the opportunity today and talk about it with the chat, whatever. Because Dr. Walter Williams wants this tape, and I don't want anything said that might disturb him or at all. No way, shape, fashion, or form. Okay. So thank y'all for coming in this morning. This was the first wake up with Unscramble Minds. So thank you. I'm glad y'all came in. I didn't know who was gonna be coming. I just popped on here. I called them. I said, let's do it. So did it. I'm gonna get Taj on here. I'm gonna get Professor Smalls. On the morning shows, I'm going around to get people, as many people as I can, to come on the morning shows. As so questions can be asked because there's so much out there that our people is arguing about, and stuff that just can't be answered. There's things that just can't be answered. So whatever my personal opinion is, we'll talk about it on the next show. What you think? That sound good, y'all? But anyway,
yeah,
we're gonna go ahead. We're gonna go ahead on and close this one out. And if y'all not busy later on, if we get a chance, we'll come back on and we will discuss it. So we'll see y'all later because it's been a long morning into the afternoon. So hopefully y'all got some information pertaining to any questions you may have. And you can, like Niambi said, you can look up some things yourself because he gave you names, he gave you dates. So you can look up some of the things yourself. But we'll see you later. So I'm going to go ahead and end the session. All right. See y'all.